Welcome back, legends. You're at Loomis. What if? Another incredible story awaits. What if Professor Flitwick discovered 400 illegal binding charms on Harry and immediately contacted the ICW? Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1, The Weight of Small Things. The feather wouldn't float. Harry stared at it, a simple eagle quill resting on his desk like it was mocking him, and pushed his magic into the spell for the fourth time. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather twitched. Rolled a quarter-inch to the left. Lay still. Around him, the fifth-year charms classroom hummed with activity. Feathers drifted lazily toward the ceiling, some wobbling, some spinning in tight controlled spirals. Seamus Finnegan's had caught fire again, which was almost comforting in its predictability. Hermione's feather orbited her head in a slow figure eight while she read ahead in the textbook, not even bothering to look at it. Harry gritted his teeth and tried again. This was a first-year spell. He'd cast it when he was 11. He'd cast it 1,000 times since. But today his magic felt like it was moving through wet sand, sluggish and heavy, and the familiar incantation produced nothing but that pathetic little twitch. Having trouble, Potter? Ron muttered from the next desk, not unkindly. His own feather was hovering at a respectable 2 feet. You look like you're trying to move it with your mind. Something's off, Harry said quietly. He flexed his wand hand. His fingers ached, which was strange. Everything about his magic had felt strange this year, some days fine, other days like trying to breathe through a straw. He'd chalked it up to stress, to Umbridge, to the dreams about dark corridors and locked doors that left him soaked in sweat. There was always something to chalk it up to. He tried once more. Put real effort into it, the kind of focused intent that should have been wildly excessive for a levitation charm. The feather rose an inch, trembled violently, and dropped. Mr. Potter. The voice was light, high, and closer than Harry expected. He looked down, which was the only direction one ever looked for Professor Flitwick, and found the tiny charms professor standing beside his desk, his usual cheerful expression replaced by something Harry couldn't read. Curiosity, maybe. Or the leading edge of concern. Sorry, Professor. I'll get it, cast it again, please. Flitwick's voice was calm, but Harry noticed the man had his own wand out, held loosely at his side. Not pointed at anything. Just ready. Harry cast again. The feather twitched. Flitwick's eyes narrowed. Not at the feather, at Harry. More specifically, at a point somewhere around Harry's chest, as if he were looking through him at something on the wall behind. Once more, Mr. Potter. Slowly, if you would. Harry cast slowly. He felt his magic rise, push outward through his wand, and then, there. That feeling. Like running into a wall he couldn't see. The spell left his wand weakened, diluted, a thin stream where there should have been a river. The feather didn't even twitch this time. Flitwick's expression had gone very still. For a man whose face was usually in constant animated motion, the stillness was unsettling. Class, Flitwick said, and his voice carried the particular authority of someone who had spent decades commanding rooms. The chatter died. Feathers drifted back to desks. I'm afraid I need to end today's lesson early. Please pack your things. The assignment on sustained levitation theory is still due Thursday. Confused murmurs. Hermione's hand went up automatically, but Flitwick was already turning away. He flicked his wand at the door, which swung open with more force than necessary. Mr. Potter, Flitwick said quietly as students began shuffling out. Please remain. Ron caught Harry's eye. Harry shrugged, he didn't know what this was about either. Hermione hovered near the door, clearly wanting to stay, but Flitwick gave her a gentle, firm look that brooked no argument. She left. The door closed behind her with a soft click, and then it was just Harry and the charms professor in the empty classroom. Flitwick said nothing for a long moment. He climbed onto his stack of books behind the teacher's desk, not with his usual sprightly hop, but slowly, deliberately, like a man buying himself time to think. When he turned to face Harry, his dark eyes were sharp in a way Harry had never seen directed at him before. "Harry," Flitwick said, and the use of his first name was enough to make Harry's stomach clench. "I'm going to cast a diagnostic charm on you. It's harmless, you'll feel a slight warmth, nothing more. I need you to stand still and not resist it. Can you do that?" "What's wrong?" "Possibly nothing. Possibly something I should have checked a long time ago." "May I?" Harry nodded. Flitwick raised his wand and murmured something in a language Harry didn't recognize, not Latin, something older, with harder consonants and a rhythm that felt almost musical. A soft golden light bloomed from the tip of his wand and washed over Harry like warm water. The warmth settled into his chest, his bones, his blood. Harry felt it moving through him, gentle and probing, and he stood still the way Flitwick had asked. It felt like being examined by careful fingers made of light. Flitwick was staring at the air around Harry's body, where the diagnostic spell was painting patterns Harry couldn't see. Whatever Flitwick could see, though, whatever his trained eye and goblin-sharp magical senses were picking up, it made the color drain from his face. The little professor's wand hand began to tremble. "Professor?" Flitwick didn't answer. He cast again, the same spell, Harry thought, but longer this time, more complex, the incantation weaving through what sounded like 3 languages. The golden warmth became a golden pressure, pushing deeper, and Harry felt things shift inside him. Things he didn't have names for. It was like someone had opened a door in a room he'd lived in his whole life and shown him there were walls he'd never noticed, covered in locks he'd never seen. Flitwick made a sound. A small, broken sound that might have been a word in gobbledygook or might have just been anguish. He cancelled the spell with a sharp gesture. The warmth vanished. Harry felt cold in its absence. "Professor Flitwick, what? Sit down, Harry." Flitwick's voice was rough. He cleared his throat, tried again. "Please sit down." Harry sat. Not because the tone commanded it, he'd faced scarier things than a shaken professor, but because something in Flitwick's expression made him want to be sitting when he heard whatever came next. Flitwick removed his glasses. Polished them on his robes. Put them back on. His hands were still shaking. "How long," Flitwick said carefully, "have you felt that your magic wasn't working properly?" Harry opened his mouth to give a deflecting answer, the kind he'd perfected over years of adults asking questions they didn't really want honest answers to, and stopped. Flitwick was looking at him with such raw, genuine concern that the deflection died on his tongue. "Always," Harry said. "I mean, I didn't know it wasn't working properly. I just thought, it's always felt like pushing against something. I figured that was normal." Flitwick closed his eyes. "It is not normal," he whispered. "Harry, it is the furthest thing from normal I have encountered in 40 years of teaching." He opened his eyes, and Harry saw something there he recognized, because he'd seen it in the mirror often enough, barely controlled fury. "I need to go to my office," Flitwick said. "I need to contact someone. Not the headmaster, not the ministry, someone outside of Britain. I need you to go back to Gryffindor Tower, say nothing about this to anyone, and wait for me to come find you. Can you do that? I want to know what you found. And you will. You have my word, you will know everything. But right now I need to act quickly, and I need to act before anyone else in this castle knows what I've seen." Flitwick paused, and something complicated passed across his face. "Harry, do you trust me?" It was an odd question from a teacher he'd known for 5 years but never been particularly close to. Flitwick had always been there, reliable, cheerful, good at his job, but never in Harry's inner circle of trusted adults, which was, admittedly, a short list that kept getting shorter. But Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. Flitwick had never lied to him. Had never manipulated him. Had never looked at him and seen the boy who lived instead of a student. Had never asked anything of him beyond showing up to class and doing the work. "Yeah," Harry said. "I think I do." Then trust me for the next few hours. I will come find you tonight. And Harry, Flitwick stopped him at the door. If the headmaster asks to speak with you before then, find a reason to decline. Any reason. It's important. That landed like a stone in still water. Harry stared at the tiny professor, questions multiplying behind his teeth, but Flitwick's expression was carved granite and his eyes were bright with something Harry recognized as urgency bordering on fear. Harry nodded and left. Phileas Flitwick locked his office door with 7 separate charms, 3 of his own invention, and sat down at his desk. His hands were still trembling. He pressed them flat against the wood and made them stop through sheer force of will. 40 years. He'd taught that boy for nearly 5 years and it had taken him until now to look, really look, and by every ancestor in the deep halls, what he'd seen, he pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes and breathed. The diagnostic charm he'd used was not a standard spell. It was old goblin work, adapted for wand use by his mother's people, designed to read magical signatures the way a jeweler reads the facets of a gem. Most wizards couldn't cast it. Most wouldn't know what they were looking at if they could. But Phileas Flitwick was half goblin, raised in both worlds, and his magical sight had been honed by decades of championship-level dueling where reading your opponent's magical structure was the difference between victory and the hospital wing. What he'd seen wrapped around Harry Potter's magical core was not one binding. Not 10. Not even 50. Layer upon layer of suppression charms, woven so tightly into the boy's magic that they become almost indistinguishable from his natural signature. Compulsions threaded through his neural pathways like parasitic vines. Blocks on specific magical disciplines, some crude, hammered in like nails, others so elegant they were almost beautiful in their complexity. Loyalty anchors. Emotional dampeners. And beneath it all, pulsing like a diseased second heart, something dark and foreign and alive that made Flitwick's goblin blood run cold. 400. At minimum. Possibly more that his initial scan hadn't reached. Some bore the unmistakable signature of dark magic, crude, violent, likely placed during the attack that had killed the boy's parents. Those he could attribute to Voldemort or his followers. But the rest. Flitwick pulled a blank sheet of parchment toward him and began writing. His hand moved fast, the words small and precise. The rest bore a signature he recognized. A signature every witch and wizard in Britain would recognize, because it was attached to the most famous magical identity in the modern world. Warm. Golden. Complex. The magical equivalent of a grandfather's embrace. Albus Dumbledore had placed the majority of the bindings on Harry Potter. Flitwick's quill stopped. A drop of ink pooled on the parchment, spreading in a slow dark circle. He thought about going to Dumbledore. Giving the man a chance to explain. There could be reasons, protective wards placed after the attack, perhaps, stabilizing measures for a child whose magic had survived a killing curse. There could be context that would make this less than what it looked like. But Flitwick had seen compulsion charms in that web. He'd seen loyalty binds. He'd seen what looked very much like a personality modifier anchored to the boy's emotional center, something designed to make him more compliant, more forgiving, less likely to question authority. Those were not protective measures. Those were chains. And there was goblin law to consider. Among goblins, binding a child's magic was a crime so severe that the word for it translated roughly as soul murder. It was the one offense for which goblin justice offered no defense, no mitigation, no appeal. You did not bind a child's magic. Ever. For any reason. The fact that wizards did it at all, even legally, even with consent, was one of the deep, fundamental fractures between the two cultures. Phileas Flitwick was a Hogwarts professor. He was a half-blood who had lived his whole life in the wizarding world. He respected Albus Dumbledore. But he was also his mother's son, and his mother's people had a word for what had been done to Harry Potter, and the word meant something unforgivable. He did not write to Dumbledore. He did not write to the Ministry of Magic, which Dumbledore had deep connections to despite the current political tensions. He did not write to any institution in Britain. He wrote to Geneva. The International Confederation of Wizards maintained an Office of Magical Rights Enforcement that operated independently of any national ministry. It was small, underfunded, frequently ignored by larger nations, and staffed by people who had chosen international magical law as a career, which meant they were either deeply idealistic or deeply stubborn or, in the best cases, both. Flitwick's letter was 4 pages long, technically precise, and utterly damning. He described what he'd found in clinical detail, named the signatures he'd identified, and formally requested an emergency investigation under Article 7 of the International Statute of Magical Rights, the provision governing magical abuse of minors. He sealed it with his personal crest, the Flitwick family sigil, which carried weight in circles most Hogwarts students knew nothing about, and called for a school owl. Then he stopped. School owls could be tracked. Dumbledore's relationship with Fawkes meant the castle's male wards answered to him as much as to anyone. Flitwick opened his desk drawer and removed a small bronze coin etched with runes. He pressed his thumb to its center and spoke a word in gobbledygook. The coin grew warm, vibrated once, and went still. A moment later, a raven appeared on his windowsill. Not a school owl. Not a post owl. A Gringotts courier raven, black as obsidian, with eyes that gleamed like polished copper. The goblins maintained their own communication network, one that no wizard government could intercept or trace. Flitwick had retained access to it through his mother's family. Geneva, he told the raven, attaching the letter to the thin mithril chain on its leg. Office of Magical Rights Enforcement, Priority Seal. Fly fast, friend. The raven launched itself from the windowsill and vanished into the grey Scottish sky like a thrown stone. Flitwick watched it go. Then he sat back down, pulled open his bottom drawer, and retrieved something he hadn't touched in 15 years, a dueling harness, supple dragon hide, fitted with quick-draw wand sheaths and reinforced with goblin-forged buckles. He ran his fingers over the leather. Still supple. Still perfect. He had a feeling he was going to need it. Harry made it halfway to Gryffindor Tower before the restlessness became unbearable. He stood in a 4th-floor corridor, afternoon light cutting through the tall windows in dusty golden shafts, and tried to make sense of what had just happened. Flitwick's face. The diagnostic spell, that strange warm light moving through him, touching things inside him he hadn't known existed. The way Flitwick's hands had shaken. The instruction not to speak to Dumbledore. That last part circled in his mind like a dog chasing its tail. Not Dumbledore. Not the Ministry. Someone outside of Britain. Harry leaned against the cold stone wall and pressed the back of his head to it. He was 15 years old and very, very tired of adults keeping secrets about him. The prophecy, he didn't know its contents, but he knew it existed, knew Dumbledore was keeping it from him. The dreams, Dumbledore wouldn't meet his eyes all year, had farmed out occlumency lessons to Snape, who used them as an excuse to rifle through Harry's worst memories. Sirius was trapped in Grimmauld Place, growing gaunt and bitter. Umbridge was carving words into his hand. And now his charms professor was looking at him like he'd found a body. He pushed off the wall and kept walking. His feet carried him not to Gryffindor Tower but to the 7th floor, to the stretch of blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. He paced 3 times, thinking, I need somewhere to think. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere no one can find me. The door appeared. Harry stepped through into a small, warm room that the castle had furnished with a squashy armchair, a crackling fire, and a window that looked out over the lake. He dropped into the chair and stared at the flames. His right hand throbbed. The words Umbridge had carved were still fresh, I must not tell lies, the skin tight and shiny over the cuts. He flexed his fingers and thought about Flitwick's diagnostic charm, the way it had pushed into him and found things hidden in the dark. Push against something. That's what he'd told Flitwick. His magic had always felt like pushing against something. He'd never questioned it because he'd never known anything different. When he'd first arrived at Hogwarts, everything had been so miraculous, the moving staircases, the talking portraits, the simple act of waving a wand and making something happen, that it hadn't occurred to him to wonder if it should feel easier. If the effort he put into every spell was normal or if he was fighting resistance that shouldn't have been there. He thought about the Patronus charm. He'd learned it at 13, which everyone said was remarkable. But he remembered the grinding difficulty of it, the way he'd had to pour everything he had into the spell just to produce mist. He'd assumed the difficulty was the spell. What if the difficulty had been him? What if casting a Patronus with whatever Flitwick had seen wrapped around his core was like running a race with weights chained to his ankles? What if everything he'd ever done, every spell, every fight, every desperate act of magic that had kept him alive, had been done at a fraction of his actual ability? The fire popped. A log shifted. Harry sat very still and let that thought expand inside him until it filled up all the empty spaces. He wasn't sure if what he felt was fear or something much, much angrier. The response from Geneva came faster than Flitwick had dared hope. He was in his office, reviewing his own notes from the diagnostic scan, cross-referencing what he'd found with a battered textbook on magical binding theory that he'd pulled from his personal collection, when the Raven returned. It landed on his desk, dropped a sealed envelope, and accepted a treat from the tin Flitwick kept in his drawer with the dignified air of a professional who appreciated being properly compensated. The seal on the envelope was the ICW's official crest, a wand crossed with a quill over a globe, in deep blue wax. Flitwick cracked it open and read. Professor Flitwick, your report has been received and reviewed by the emergency duty officer and elevated immediately to my desk. The signatures and structures you describe, if confirmed, constitute violations of Articles 7, 12, and 19 of the International Statute of Magical Rights, any one of which triggers mandatory investigation under ICW Charter. I am assembling a 3-person investigative team. We will arrive in Hogsmeade via International Port Key at 1800 hours Greenwich Mean Time today. I am invoking Article 31, Right of Access, which supersedes any institutional or national authority over the subject minor. Do not inform Albus Dumbledore or any representative of the British Ministry of Magic. Secure the subject if possible. We will coordinate upon arrival. Regards, Madam Adelaide Marceau, Chief Investigator, Office of Magical Rights Enforcement, International Confederation of Wizards. Flitwick read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully, placed it inside his robes, and checked the time. 4:30. He had 90 minutes. He stood, and for the first time in years, he didn't climb down from his book stack. He jumped, a clean, precise drop to the floor that he absorbed through bent knees, the movement so practiced it was automatic. The movement of a duelist, not a professor. He had a student to collect. Harry heard the knock on the Room of Requirements door and tensed. Then he realized that the room wouldn't have a door for anyone he hadn't wanted to find him, would it? He'd asked for somewhere no one could find him. Harry. Flitwick's voice, muffled through the wood. I know you asked the room for privacy, and I respect that. But the room answers to Hogwarts magic, and I'm asking it very politely to let me in. It seems inclined to agree. May I enter? Harry was on his feet before he'd consciously decided to stand. Come in. The door opened. Flitwick looked different. It took Harry a moment to realize why. The tiny professor was wearing something over his robes, a fitted harness of dark leather with buckles that caught the firelight. His wand was holstered at his side in a way that looked practiced. Comfortable. Like a soldier wearing a sidearm. You said you'd tell me everything, Harry said. I did, and I will. Flitwick crossed the room and, with a wave of his wand, conjured a second armchair. He climbed into it, his feet dangling a good 6 inches off the floor, and faced Harry directly. But first I need to tell you that in approximately 1 hour, 3 investigators from the International Confederation of Wizards will arrive in Hogsmeade. They're coming because of what I found on you today. And I need you to understand what I found before they get here, because you deserve to hear it from someone who, he stopped. Started again. You deserve to hear it from someone who is angry on your behalf, not from strangers with clipboards. Harry sat back down slowly. The fire crackled in the silence. Tell me, he said. Flitwick did. He didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't use euphemisms or soften the edges. He told Harry that his magical core was wrapped in binding charms, hundreds of them, layered over years, woven into his very magical signature so thoroughly that separating them from his natural magic would require expert care and considerable time. He explained what binding charms did: they suppressed magical output, restricted access to certain types of magic, dampened abilities, even altered emotional and behavioral patterns. He told Harry that some of the bindings were dark in origin, likely placed the night his parents were murdered. And then he told Harry who had placed the rest. Harry didn't move while Flitwick spoke. He sat in the squashy armchair with his hands on the armrests and his face very still, and he listened. The fire painted shadows across his features that shifted and danced, and his green eyes caught the light in a way that made them look almost luminous. When Flitwick finished, the silence lasted a long time. How sure are you? Harry's voice was level. Controlled. It didn't sound like a 15-year-old's voice. As sure as I can be from an initial diagnostic. The ICW team will perform a comprehensive scan that will confirm it. But Harry, I've been reading magical signatures for 40 years. I dueled professionally for 15 of those years. Identifying a caster's signature was my livelihood and my survival. I would stake my reputation on what I saw. 400. At minimum. And Dumbledore placed most of them. His signature was on the majority. Perhaps 2/3. Others bore signatures I couldn't immediately identify. Some were the dark ones, Voldemort, most likely. And there were a handful that were unusual. Different techniques, different traditions. As though multiple people had contributed over the years. Harry's jaw tightened. A muscle jumped beneath the skin, and the fire in the hearth flared, a sudden surge that sent sparks snapping against the grate. Neither of them acknowledged it, but Flitwick noticed. Even suppressed, even buried under 400 chains, the boy's magic was responding to his emotions with an immediacy that spoke to terrifying raw power. The compulsions, Harry said. You said there were compulsions. Loyalty binds. Emotional dampeners. What appeared to be compliance charms anchored to your, I'm going to use a technical term, your intentional matrix. The part of your magic that interfaces with your conscious will. Someone placed charms there designed to make you more inclined to obey authority figures, to forgive transgressions against you, and to, Flitwick paused, his expression twisting. To reduce your sense of self-preservation. Harry laughed. It was a short, hollow sound that had nothing to do with humor. That explains a lot, actually. Harry, every year. Harry's voice was still level, but the fire was burning higher now, the flames licking toward the mantle. Every year there's been something. A troll, a basilisk, 100 dementors, a tournament I didn't enter, and now a war nobody will admit is happening. And every year I've just gone along with it. Walked toward the danger. Trusted the adults who kept putting me in its path. And I thought that was just who I was, this reckless idiot who couldn't stop himself from, he cut himself off. His hands were gripping the armrests hard enough to whiten his knuckles. But it wasn't me, he said quietly. It was never just me. Flitwick looked at the boy, at the scarred hand, the shadowed eyes, the thin frame that spoke of summers without enough food, and felt a fury so deep and ancient it seemed to resonate in the goblin-forged buckles of his dueling harness. No, Flitwick said. It wasn't just you. And I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry I didn't look sooner. You couldn't have known. I'm a charms master. A former dueling champion. I pride myself on reading magical signatures. I should have looked the moment you walked into my classroom, a child who'd survived the killing curse, who'd grown up in the Muggle world with no magical monitoring. I should have checked. Any competent educator should have checked. The fact that none of us did, he shook his head. That's a failure I'll carry. Harry looked at Flitwick for a long moment, really looked, and something in his chest loosened. Not much. But enough. What happens when the ICW gets here? They'll want to scan you properly. A full diagnostic, much more thorough than what I did. They'll document everything. And then they'll begin the process of removing the bindings, which I should warn you will likely be neither quick nor comfortable. And Dumbledore will be informed that he is under investigation by the international body that supersedes the authority of any national ministry, including his own Wisengamot seat. Flitwick's expression held something sharp and satisfied. Madame Marceau, the chief investigator, does not have a reputation for being impressed by reputations. Harry nodded slowly. The fire had settled back to a normal level, but the air in the room still felt charged, like the moment before lightning. One more thing, Flitwick said. He leaned forward, his small hands folded in his lap, and his voice dropped to something private and fierce. When those bindings come off, and they will come off, you're going to feel different. Your magic is going to feel different. I can't tell you exactly how, because I've never seen suppression on this scale removed from anyone. But based on what I felt in that classroom, the sheer density of what's restraining you, I think you should prepare yourself for the possibility that you are considerably more powerful than you have ever had reason to believe. Harry met Flitwick's eyes. The green and the dark regarded each other across the crackling fire. Good, Harry said. And the words sounded like a door opening. They left the room of requirement together and took a route through the castle that avoided the main corridors. Flitwick moved with a purpose Harry had never seen in the small professor, quick, alert, choosing passages and shortcuts with the familiarity of someone who'd lived in these halls for decades and knew every hidden turn. Several times he paused at intersections, wand out, casting something quick and silent before nodding Harry forward. Detection charms, he explained when Harry raised an eyebrow. Checking for monitoring spells. The headmaster has certain privileges within the castle's ward structure. Can he track where we are? In theory, he can track any student. In practice, it requires active attention, and Albus is currently in his office. I confirmed that before I came to find you. But I'd rather not rely on his distraction. They reached Flitwick's office through a back corridor Harry hadn't known existed, tucked behind a tapestry of a goblin smith on the second floor. The office was small, cluttered with books and what Harry recognized as dueling trophies, dozens of them, crammed onto shelves alongside academic journals and half-graded essays. Flitwick waved his wand and the trophies rearranged themselves to make room on his desk. Tea. Flitwick offered, already setting a kettle to boil with a flick. Sure. They drank tea. It was, Harry reflected, possibly the strangest tea he'd ever had. He was sitting in his charms professor's office, learning that his entire magical existence had been artificially constrained, waiting for international magical investigators to arrive and blow the lid off a conspiracy involving the most powerful wizard in Britain, and they were drinking tea. Earl Grey, Flitwick said, noting Harry's expression. My mother preferred it. Said it was the one thing the wizards got right. Your mother was a goblin. Full-blooded. Ragnara Flitwick, née Silverhammer. A ward breaker of considerable renown in her day. Flitwick smiled, and for the first time that afternoon, it reached his eyes. She would have found what's been done to you personally offensive on a level you can't imagine. Among goblins, binding a child's magic is, there isn't an adequate translation. The closest English gets is soul murder. Harry turned his teacup in his hands. Why didn't anyone notice before? Madam Pomfrey, she's scanned me dozens of times. Flitwick's smile faded. Standard Hogwarts medical scans are designed to detect injuries, illnesses, and common hexes. They're not calibrated to identify deep core bindings, especially ones that have been in place since early childhood. The magic integrates, becomes part of the baseline. To find what I found, you need either goblin diagnostic techniques or specialized training in magical signature analysis. Neither is standard in British magical education. He paused. It's also possible that some of the bindings were specifically designed to evade standard detection. The ones bearing Albus's signature were extraordinarily sophisticated. Of course they were, Harry muttered. A sharp tapping at the window cut through the room. Flitwick opened it, and the Gringotts Raven swept in, depositing a small scroll before departing without waiting for a treat this time. Flitwick read it quickly. They've arrived. 3 investigators, portkeyed into the 3 broomsticks as planned. Madame Marceau is leading the team personally. He looked up at Harry. They're asking where to meet us. I suggest here, my office is outside the headmaster's usual monitoring pattern, and I've laid my own privacy wards over the years. Then here. Flitwick sent the Raven back with a response, and 20 minutes later, 20 minutes of silence in which Harry stared at the fire and Flitwick pretended to grade essays while actually watching Harry with quiet, careful attention, there was a knock at the door. Not the hesitant knock of a student. 3 sharp, decisive raps. Flitwick opened the door, and 3 people entered who didn't look like any witches and wizards Harry had seen before. The woman in front was tall, nearly 6 feet, and moved with the contained energy of someone who was always slightly impatient with the pace of the world around her. Her skin was a deep, warm brown, and her hair was cropped close to her skull in a style that was practical and elegant at once. She wore robes of dark blue with the ICW crest embroidered in silver on the breast, and her eyes were the color of good whiskey, amber gold and absolutely unforgiving. Behind her came a man and a woman. The man was pale, thin, red-haired, and looked like he hadn't slept properly since sometime in the previous decade. He carried a leather case that clinked faintly with every step, like a doctor's bag full of glass instruments. The woman was short, stocky, East Asian, and had a wand in each hand, not drawn in threat, but held with the casual readiness of someone for whom being armed was simply a state of being. Professor Flitwick, the tall woman said. Her voice carried a French accent wrapped around English vowels, every syllable precisely placed. I am Madame Adelaide Marceau, Chief Investigator, ICW Office of Magical Rights Enforcement. My colleagues are Healer Anders Lindqvist and Senior Aurore Majon. Flitwick shook her hand. Thank you for coming so quickly. Marceau's gaze had already moved past him to Harry. She studied him for a long moment, not with Flitwick's diagnostic eye, but with the appraising look of someone who had walked into many rooms full of broken things and needed to assess, quickly and accurately, how broken they were. Mr. Potter, she said. I have read Professor Flitwick's report. I am here to help you, and I want you to understand what that means in practical terms. From this moment, you are under the protection of the International Confederation of Wizards pursuant to Article 7 of the International Statute of Magical Rights. No person, institution, or national government has the authority to override that protection or to deny my team access to you. This includes the Hogwarts Board of Governors, the British Ministry of Magic, and the Office of the Headmaster. She paused. Is that clear? Crystal, Harry said. Something flickered in Marceau's amber eyes. Not quite approval, she didn't seem like a woman who gave approval easily, but perhaps the recognition that the boy in front of her was not going to crumble. Good. Then with your consent, I would like Healer Lindqvist to perform a comprehensive diagnostic. It will take approximately 30 minutes and will be more thorough than what Professor Flitwick was able to do in a classroom setting. You may experience some discomfort. You may stop the process at any time. Harry looked at the healer, Lindqvist, who gave him a tired, kind smile. It'll feel strange, Lindqvist said, his accent Scandinavian. Like someone reading a book written on your bones. But I'll talk you through it. Let's do it, Harry said. He sat in the chair Flitwick had conjured and held still. Lindqvist opened his leather case, which contained not wands but crystals, dozens of them, each no larger than a finger, each a different color, each humming faintly with contained magic. He selected 7 and arranged them in a pattern on the desk beside Harry, then raised his wand and began to cast. This was different from Flitwick's diagnostic. Where Flitwick's spell had been warm and golden, Lindqvist's was white and cold, precise as a scalpel. It moved through Harry in layers, and with each layer, the crystals on the desk changed color, some brightening, some darkening, some pulsing with rhythms that made Marceau's expression grow incrementally more rigid. Harry felt it. Every probing tendril of the diagnostic found something, and every something it found felt like a splinter being located in flesh he'd forgotten could hurt. There were things attached to his magic, clinging to it, woven through it, that he could suddenly sense the edges of. Like realizing you'd been wearing glasses so dirty you'd forgotten the world had sharp lines. Lindqvist worked in silence for 20 minutes. Marceau watched. Zhang stood by the door with her 2 wands and her flat, ready eyes. Flitwick stood on his desk to see the crystals better and said nothing. At the 22-minute mark, Lindqvist stopped. He placed his wand on the desk very carefully, as though he didn't trust his grip, and turned to Marceau. 427, he said. His voice was hoarse. That's the count. 427 distinct binding structures. The room was very quiet. Signatures? Marceau asked. Primary signature on 312 of them matches Albus Dumbledore. Lindqvist swallowed. Secondary signatures include an unknown dark caster, consistent with known Voldemort magical patterns from the archives, accounting for 61 bindings. 23 bear the signature of Severus Snape. Harry's head snapped up. Snape. 23 bindings on memory and emotional regulation centers, consistent with work done over the last 4 months. Recent. Layered on top of existing structures. The occlumency lessons. Harry felt something hot and sharp unfold behind his ribs. Snape hadn't been teaching him to close his mind. Snape had been adding more chains. Continue, Marceau said. 14 bindings of goblin origin, old, possibly centuries old, anchored to the Potter bloodline itself. Likely inherited rather than placed. 7 of unknown origin, the technique is unfamiliar to me. And the remaining 10, Lindqvist hesitated. The remaining 10 are anchored to a foreign magical object embedded in Mr. Potter's scar. The object is parasitic. It's been feeding on his magical core for 14 years. I believe it to be a soul fragment. The words hung in the air like smoke. Horcrux, Marceau said flatly. Almost certainly. Marceau turned to Harry. Her expression had not changed, still controlled, still precise, but something in the set of her jaw had shifted, the way a building shifts before it falls. Mr. Potter. Did you know about this? No, Harry said. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. I didn't know about any of it. The soul fragment, the entity in your scar, has Dumbledore's binding signature around it. He was aware of its presence and chose to contain it rather than remove it. Can you remove it? Harry asked. Marceau looked at Lindqvist. The healer ran a hand through his red hair, making it stand up in spikes. It can be done. It's been done before, in cases documented in the ICW archives, soul fragments removed from living hosts without harm to the host. But it requires specialized ritual work and is not something we should attempt tonight. But it can be done. Yes. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Something that had lived behind his scar for as long as he could remember, something that had given him pain and nightmares and a connection to the darkest wizard alive, could be removed. It didn't have to be part of him. Nothing that had been done to him had to be part of him. What are the next steps? He asked, and his voice was steady now, grounded in something solid. Not fury, not yet. Something colder than fury and more useful. Marceau produced a scroll from her robes and unrolled it on Flitwick's desk with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this before, in other rooms, for other victims. Tonight, Healer Lindqvist will begin removing the most dangerous bindings, the active compulsions affecting your behavior and decision-making. Those come off first, because every moment they remain in place is a moment your autonomy is compromised. The structural bindings on your magical core will be removed in stages over the coming days to avoid shock to your system. The soul fragment will be addressed separately with a full ritual team. She looked up at him. Concurrently, I will be filing formal charges with the ICW judiciary against Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, and any other individuals whose signatures are identified on the illegal bindings. I will be notifying the headmaster of the investigation tonight. I will also be placing this castle under ICW jurisdictional notice, which means that Dumbledore can't make you leave, Harry finished. Marceau's lip twitched. The ghost of a smile, there and gone. Precisely. Any attempt to interfere with our investigation or deny access to you will be treated as obstruction under international law. The consequences for that are severe. He'll try, Harry said. He'll be calm about it. Reasonable. He'll have very good reasons why this should all be handled quietly, internally, for the greater good. Marceau met his eyes, and this time there was no ghost. She smiled fully, and it was not a kind smile. It was the smile of a woman who had spent her career walking into rooms where powerful people told her things should be handled quietly, and had walked out of those rooms with their careers in her briefcase. Let him try, she said. They started that night. Lindqvist set up in Flitwick's office, which the charms professor had expanded with a wave of his wand and warded so heavily that the walls seemed to hum. Harry sat in a conjured chair that Lindqvist had modified to recline, and the healer arranged his crystals in a complex geometric pattern around Harry's head and torso. I'm going to start with the compulsions, Lindqvist said, his tired eyes focused and intent. These are the ones affecting your thoughts and behavior, the compliance charms, the loyalty binds, the emotional dampeners. They're layered, so I'll be pulling them out one at a time. You're going to feel each one go. It won't be pleasant. I don't need pleasant, Harry said. I need them gone. Then let's begin. The first compulsion came free like a thorn pulling loose from deep muscle. Harry gasped. It was a loyalty bind, he could feel its shape as it left him, could feel the way it had been anchored to something in his chest, something connected to the concept of home. It had been making him return to the Dursleys. Every summer, despite the hunger, despite the cupboard, despite Vernon's fists and Petunia's contempt, he'd gone back. He'd been told it was for the blood wards, for his protection. He'd believed it because he'd been magically compelled to believe it. The bind came free and dissolved into nothing, and Harry felt a sudden, violent clarity, like surfacing from water he hadn't known he was drowning in. That one was old, Lindqvist murmured. Placed within weeks of the original attack. 15 years old. He was a baby, Flitwick said from across the room. His voice was very quiet. Next one, Harry said. The second was a compliance charm. It came free and Harry felt something shift in his mind, a loosening, like a fist unclenching inside his skull. He'd never noticed how quickly he deferred, how readily he accepted authority, how the instinct to obey had been woven so tightly into his responses that he'd thought it was personality rather than programming. The third was an emotional dampener. When it released, Harry nearly came off the chair. Everything got louder, not sound, but feeling. The anger he'd been carrying all year, the grief over Cedric, the loneliness, the frustration, it all surged forward without the dampener holding it in check, and for a moment he was drowning in his own emotions. Breathe, Lindqvist said firmly. Let it pass through you. Don't fight it. Harry breathed. The surge crested and receded, leaving him shaky but present. More present than he'd felt in years. Everything was sharper, the colors in the room, the crackle of the fire, the hum of Flitwick's wards, the steady beat of his own heart. How many tonight? He asked. As many as I can safely remove. We'll stop when your core needs rest. They didn't stop until well past midnight. Lindqvist pulled 43 compulsions and behavioral bindings from Harry Potter that night, 43 invisible chains that had dictated how he thought, what he felt, how he reacted, who he trusted. Each one hurt coming out. Each one left a space behind that filled with something raw and new and entirely, unmistakably Harry's own. By the end, Harry was exhausted, sweat-soaked, and trembling. But his eyes were clear in a way they hadn't been in 15 years, and when he looked at his hands, just looked at them, flexed his fingers, sparks of raw magic crackled between his fingertips without him casting a spell. Flitwick watched those sparks and felt his breath catch. "That's enough for tonight," Lindqvist said, packing his crystals away with care. "The core bindings stay until tomorrow. You'll need rest before we tackle those, they're structural, and removing them will release significant magical energy." "How significant?" Harry asked. Lindqvist and Flitwick exchanged a look that Harry caught and filed away. "We'll discuss it tomorrow," Lindqvist said. "Sleep now. Your mind needs time to adjust to the removal of the compulsions. You may find your thoughts and feelings different. Stronger. More your own." Harry stood. His legs were unsteady, but his magic, even still bound, even still chained, thrummed through him with a new intensity, pressing against its remaining restraints like a living thing that had just realized it was caged. "Professor Flitwick," Harry said at the door. "Thank you. For looking. For actually looking at me." Flitwick, standing on his desk, seemed to grow 3 feet taller without moving at all. "You deserved better, Harry. From all of us. I intend to see that you get it." Harry nodded and left. Jean escorted him back to Gryffindor Tower, silent and watchful, her 2 wands catching the torchlight. Behind him, in Flitwick's office, Marceau turned to the charms professor with the expression of a woman about to declare war. "Tomorrow morning," she said, "I inform the headmaster. He won't go quietly." "No," Marceau agreed. She straightened her ICW robes and checked her wand. "He won't. That's what makes it interesting." Flitwick looked at the spot where Harry had been sitting. The chair still crackled faintly with residual magic, wild, potent, straining against bonds that were already beginning to fray. He thought about what would happen when the rest came off. He thought the world was not remotely ready. Chapter 2, 400 threads. Harry woke before dawn and knew immediately that something was different. He lay in his 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, curtains drawn, and stared at the canopy above him. The fabric was red and gold. He'd looked at it 1,000 times, but now he could see the individual threads, the way the enchantments woven into the cloth caught the faintest light from the dying embers across the room. Not with his eyes. With something else. Something that hummed behind his sternum like a second heartbeat, reaching out and touching the world around him in ways he'd never experienced before. He could feel the castle. Not in the vague, emotional way he'd always felt about Hogwarts, home, safety, belonging. This was specific. He could feel the wards pressing against the outside walls like the membrane of a living cell. He could feel the magic in the stones, ancient and deep, thrumming in rhythms that matched the slow turn of the earth. He could feel the sleeping portraits in the common room below, each one a small knot of preserved consciousness flickering like candle flames. He could feel the house elves moving through the kitchens 3 floors down, their magic quick and bright. And he could feel the remaining bindings on his core. Now that 43 of them were gone, now that the compulsions and behavioral chains had been stripped away, he could sense the rest. They were a cage around something vast and restless inside him, something that had been pressing against the bars for 15 years and was now, for the first time, pressing harder than the bars could comfortably hold. Harry sat up. His head was clear. Clearer than it had been in, maybe ever. The constant low-grade fog he'd attributed to poor sleep or stress or just the way his brain worked was simply gone. His thoughts moved fast and sharp, connecting things that had previously felt unrelated, and the emotional clarity was almost overwhelming. He could feel his anger at Dumbledore like a physical object in his chest, not the muted, confused frustration of previous months, but something hot and precise and entirely justified. He could also feel, with perfect clarity, the difference between his own emotions and what the compulsions had been feeding him. The urge to make excuses for the people who'd hurt him. The instinct to minimize his own suffering. The bizarre, persistent conviction that he probably deserved what the Dursleys had done to him. All of that was gone, pulled out like splinters, and what remained was Harry, just Harry, and Harry was angry. But it was a clean anger. Useful. Directed. He got dressed quietly. Ron's snores filled the dormitory in steady, familiar waves. Neville's bed was silent. Neville always slept quietly, a habit born from the same kind of childhood that didn't tolerate noise. Seamus muttered something about Quidditch in his sleep and rolled over. Harry slipped out and descended to the common room, where the fire had burned down to embers and the portraits dozed in their frames. He sat in his usual chair by the fire and waited for the world to catch up with what he now knew. It didn't take long. The portrait hole opened at 6:30, and Hermione climbed through with her book bag already loaded and her hair in the particular state of disarray that meant she'd been in the library since it opened. She stopped when she saw Harry. "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep." She studied him the way she studied interesting texts, thoroughly, analytically, with the particular intensity that made lesser students flinch. Harry held her gaze and watched the moment she noticed something was different. Her eyes narrowed fractionally. Her head tilted. "Something happened," she said. "Not a question." "Yeah." Harry considered how much to say. The compulsions were gone, the ones that had made him reflexively secretive, reflexively self-sacrificing, reflexively willing to carry everything alone. Without them, the calculation was different. Hermione was his best friend. She was brilliant, loyal, and the best researcher he knew. Keeping her in the dark wasn't protecting her. It was just lonely. "Sit down," he said. "I need to tell you something, and you're going to want to be sitting." Hermione sat. And Harry told her. He told her about the charms class, about the feather that wouldn't float, about Flitwick's diagnostic and the horror on his face. He told her about the ICW investigators, about Madame Marceau and Healer Lindquist. He told her about 427 bindings. He told her about Dumbledore's signature on 312 of them. He told her about Snape's 23. He told her about the compulsions, the compliance charms, the loyalty binds, the emotional dampeners that had been shaping his thoughts and feelings and choices for 15 years. He told her about the Horcrux. Hermione didn't interrupt. She sat very still with her hands folded in her lap and her face white, and she listened to every word. The only movement was the steady tightening of her grip on her own fingers until her knuckles looked like they might crack. When Harry finished, the common room was silent except for the faint pop of cooling embers. "I'm going to be sick," Hermione whispered. "I know." She didn't actually throw up, but she pressed a hand to her mouth and breathed through her nose for a long moment. When she lowered her hand, her eyes were wet, but her jaw was set in the way that meant someone, somewhere, had made a terrible mistake by making Hermione Granger cry. "Compliance charms," she said. Her voice shook. "He put compliance charms on a child. On a baby, according to Lindquist. Some of them were placed within weeks of my parents dying." Hermione's face did something complicated, grief and fury and the particular anguish of someone whose worldview had just been shattered by someone she trusted. She'd respected Dumbledore. She'd believed in the institution he represented. Harry watched that belief crack and didn't feel bad about being the one who'd broken it, because it needed breaking. "What do you need from me?" she asked. Just like that. No hand-wringing, no devil's advocacy, no but maybe he had a reason. Harry felt a rush of affection so intense it startled him, another gift of the removed dampeners, this ability to feel things at full volume. "I need your brain," he said. "Marceau's team knows international law, but they're going to hit resistance from the British magical establishment. Dumbledore has allies everywhere, the Wizengamot, the Order, the Ministry despite Fudge's current antagonism. I need someone who can dig through the legal frameworks and find every lever we can pull." Hermione's eyes had gone sharp. The tears were drying. Something was waking up behind her expression that looked like purpose. ICW Charter Law. The International Statute of Magical Rights. British magical law regarding magical guardianship. She was already building a research list in her head. Harry could practically see it scrolling behind her eyes. Harry, if what you're describing is accurate, and I believe you, I'm not questioning that, then this isn't just an investigation. This is a constitutional crisis. The ICW hasn't exercised direct jurisdiction within Britain since the Grindelwald tribunals. Marceau didn't seem worried about that. She wouldn't be. The ICW's authority under Article 7 is absolute when it comes to magical abuse of minors. I read that 2 years ago in Wiggenfeld's Comparative Magical Jurisprudence. It supersedes national sovereignty. But Dumbledore will challenge it. He'll argue that the bindings were protective measures under the doctrine of magical necessity, which is a legitimate defense under British law even if, she stopped herself. I need the library. I need the restricted section. I need access to the Hogwarts legal archives. Flitwick can get you access. Then I'll start today. She reached across and took Harry's hand. Her grip was fierce. Harry. I need to say something and I need you to hear it. Okay. Nothing that happened to you was your fault. Not the bindings, not the compulsions, not any of the choices you made while they were active. Those weren't your choices. They were made for you, by someone who decided he had the right to shape who you were. And whatever you feel about that, whatever anger or grief or confusion, all of it is legitimate. Don't let anyone tell you to be reasonable about this. Harry squeezed her hand. I don't think reasonable is on the table anymore. Good. The portrait hole opened again, and Ron stumbled through in his pajamas, hair flattened on one side, yawning enormously. He stopped when he saw them holding hands. Either you two have finally gotten together, or something terrible's happened, he said. Going by your faces, I'm guessing the second one. Harry let go of Hermione's hand. Sit down, Ron. It's too early for sit down, Ron said, but he sat. Harry told it again. Shorter this time, he was getting better at the telling, finding the essential points, trimming the fat. Ron listened with his mouth slightly open and his face cycling through confusion, disbelief, outrage, and something dark and fierce that reminded Harry forcibly of Fred and George when someone went after their family. 400, Ron said when Harry finished. 427. And Dumbledore, 312. Ron stared at the cold fireplace. His hands were balled into fists on his knees. I'm going to kill him. No, Harry said. You're going to help me do this properly. I want this done through the ICW, through the law, in public. I don't want him to be a martyr. I want him to answer for it. Since when are you the calm one? Since about 12 hours ago when someone pulled the charm that was making me reckless out of my skull. Ron's face went still. The implications of that settled over him like cold water. The reckless thing, that was a charm. Reduced self-preservation. Lindqvist identified it specifically. Every time you went running toward danger, the troll, the chamber, the bloody tournament, I was magically compelled to value my own life less than I should have. Harry said it flatly, without drama, because the fact didn't need drama. It was dramatic enough on its own. Ron looked like he might actually be sick. His freckles stood out stark against his sudden pallor. Mate, he said, and his voice cracked on the word. Mate, I let you go first every time. I never even questioned it. Nobody could have known. I should have, someone should have. Ron ran both hands through his hair, gripping handfuls of it. Bloody hell. Bloody, bloody hell. They sat together in the early morning silence of the common room, 3 15-year-olds carrying a weight that grown adults would have buckled under. But they'd been carrying impossible weights since they were 11. They were, in a deeply unfair way, practiced at it. Right, Ron said finally, and his voice had steadied. Right. What's the plan? Albus Dumbledore was having his morning tea and reviewing a letter from Elphia's Doge when the door to his office opened without permission. He looked up over his half-moon spectacles, and the tea cooled in his hands as three people he had never seen before walked into his office with the purposeful stride of people who had every legal right to be there and knew it. Behind them, small and fierce and wearing a dueling harness over his professorial robes, came Phileas Flitwick. "Good morning, Albus," Flitwick said. Dumbledore set down his tea. His eyes moved across the three strangers, the tall dark-skinned woman in ICW blue, the tired red-headed man with the medical case, the compact Asian woman with two wands, and settled on the crest embroidered on the woman's robes. Recognition dawned, and with it, the first shift in Dumbledore's expression. Not alarm. Not yet. But the careful recalibration of a man who had just realized the morning was going to be more complicated than planned. "Phileas," he said warmly. "And guests. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. My name is Adelaide Marceau, Chief Investigator for the International Confederation of Wizards Office of Magical Rights Enforcement." Marceau did not extend her hand. She did not smile. She planted herself in front of Dumbledore's desk like a monolith and placed a sealed document on its surface with a decisive tap. "This is a formal notice of investigation under Article 7 of the International Statute of Magical Rights, pertaining to the discovery of 427 illegal binding charms placed upon the minor Harry James Potter. You are named as primary suspect." The office was very quiet. The silver instruments on Dumbledore's shelves whirred and clicked in their endless arcane calculations. Fawkes, on his perch, ruffled his feathers and turned one bright eye toward Marceau with what seemed like interest. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. That was the thing, it simply didn't change. The same gentle, grandfatherly calm. The same mild blue eyes behind the spectacles. He could have been told that lunch had been moved up an hour. "I see," he said. "And you believe these bindings to be illegal?" Article 12 of the International Statute classifies any binding, suppression, or compulsory charm placed upon a minor without the informed consent of their legal magical guardian as a criminal act. Article 19 further classifies binding charms that alter personality, emotional regulation, or behavioral autonomy as aggravated offenses equivalent to the use of unforgivables. Marceau's voice was level, precise, and carried the weight of absolute certainty. 312 of the bindings on Mr. Potter bear your magical signature, Headmaster. Ah! Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "Madam Marceau, I appreciate the gravity with which you approach this matter. However, I believe there is important context will be addressed during formal proceedings. At present, I am informing you that you are under investigation, that Hogwarts is now subject to ICW jurisdictional notice under Article 31, and that any attempt to interfere with my team's access to Mr. Potter or their ongoing work will be treated as criminal obstruction." Marceau hadn't moved. Hadn't shifted her weight, hadn't blinked. "Additionally, you are hereby barred from casting any spell upon, in the direction of, or in the vicinity of Mr. Potter until the investigation concludes." The first crack in Dumbledore's composure was tiny, a slight tightening around the eyes, the faintest compression of his lips. Someone who didn't know him might have missed it. Flitwick, who had worked alongside the man for decades, didn't miss it. "Madam Marceau," Dumbledore said, and his voice carried a new note, something warm and urgent and deeply, persuasively reasonable. "I understand your position. I respect the authority of the ICW. But you must understand that the situation with Harry Potter is extraordinarily complex. There is a war coming, a Dark Lord, I am aware of your political situation. Then you know that certain measures, difficult measures, ones I took no pleasure in, were necessary to protect a child who carried an unimaginable burden from the moment he was orphaned. Every binding I placed was done with the sole purpose of keeping Harry alive. Including the compliance charms." Flitwick's voice cut through the office like a blade. He hadn't spoken since the initial greeting, and his sudden entry into the conversation drew every eye. "The loyalty binds, Albus. The emotional dampeners. The charm that reduced his instinct for self-preservation. Were those for his protection? Dumbledore turned to Flitwick and something shifted in his expression, not guilt, not contrition, but a deep, patient sadness that was somehow worse than either. Phileas, you don't understand what Harry has to face. What he has to be willing to. Choose your next words very carefully, Flitwick said. Because if you're about to tell me that you deliberately reduced a child's will to live because you needed him to walk toward death, I will not be responsible for what happens in this office. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the silver instruments seemed to have stopped their clicking. Fawkes let out a low, mournful trill that hung in the air like a question. Dumbledore looked at Flitwick, really looked, and what he saw made him pause. The tiny charms professor was standing on the balls of his feet, weight-centered, one hand resting on the wand at his hip. His dark eyes were steady and cold. He wasn't standing like a professor. He was standing like the man who had been international dueling champion for 7 consecutive years, and he was standing between Dumbledore and the door. The investigation will proceed, Marceau said into the silence. You may retain legal counsel. You may prepare a formal statement. You will be summoned for hearing at a date to be determined. Until then, these are your restrictions. She produced a second document and placed it beside the first. No contact with Mr. Potter. No modification of Hogwarts wards without ICW approval. No communication regarding this matter with the British Ministry of Magic, the Wisengamot, or any third party. Violation of any restriction will result in immediate arrest. Dumbledore read the document. His expression remained composed, but his hand, the one holding the parchment, was not quite steady. You're overstepping, he said quietly. Britain is sovereign in, Article 31, Section 4, Marceau said. When the ICW determines that a national authority is itself complicit in the violation under investigation, Article 31 grants full operational sovereignty to the investigating body. You, headmaster, are not merely a witness. You are the primary suspect. Your national authority is therefore compromised. My jurisdiction is absolute. She said it without triumph. Without satisfaction. She said it the way a surgeon states that the tumor is malignant, as a fact that has consequences requiring immediate action. Dumbledore set the document down. He leaned back in his chair and regarded Marceau with an expression Harry would have recognized, the one that made you feel like a child being gently corrected by a wise and loving elder. The expression that said, you mean well, but you don't see the full picture. It bounced off Marceau like a spell hitting a shield. I will cooperate, Dumbledore said. But I will say this, when the full context is known, when you understand what Harry Potter is, what he carries, and what is coming, you may find that your moral clarity is less comfortable than it feels this morning. My moral clarity, Marceau said, is not the subject of this investigation. Your actions are. She turned to the door. Auror Jean will remain on castle grounds as security liaison. Healer Lindqvist will continue treatment of Mr. Potter in quarters provided by Professor Flitwick. You will be notified of all proceedings in writing. Good morning, headmaster. She left. Lindqvist followed. Jean took up position outside the office door with professional neutrality. Flitwick was the last to go. He stopped at the threshold and looked back at the man he'd worked alongside for the better part of 4 decades. You once told me, Flitwick said, that the measure of a person is not their power but their choices. Do you remember? I do. I believed you. Flitwick's voice was quiet, and it carried a grief that had nothing to do with anger. I believed you for a very long time. He left, and the door closed behind him, and Albus Dumbledore sat alone in his office with his cold tea and the documents on his desk and the soft, sorrowful song of a phoenix. After a long moment, he opened a drawer and removed a mirror, not a regular mirror, but a two-way communication device linked to a specific recipient. He tapped it twice with his wand. Severus, he said. We have a problem. The great hall at breakfast was the usual controlled chaos, owls swooping between tables, students arguing over toast, Peeves lobbing bread rolls from somewhere near the ceiling. Harry walked in with Ron and Hermione flanking him and felt the room differently than he ever had before. The enchanted ceiling showed a grey Scottish morning, heavy with clouds, and Harry could feel the weather wards embedded in it, could sense the layered charms that maintained the illusion and the structural enchantments that kept the actual ceiling from leaking. It was like having a new sense he'd never known he was missing. Every magical object, every enchantment, every ward in the great hall registered against his awareness like points of light in darkness. The remaining bindings on his core pressed against this new sensitivity like too tight bandages. He could feel them now, really feel them, distinct from his own magic, and the sensation was maddening. Like wearing shoes 2 sizes too small. Like breathing through a cloth. He sat down at the Gryffindor table and reached for the toast rack, and Neville Longbottom, sitting across from him, looked up from his porridge and froze. "Harry," Neville said slowly. "Something's different about you." Harry paused, toast in hand. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. You look, more here. Like you've always been slightly out of focus and someone adjusted the lens." Neville frowned at his own words, then shook his head. "Sorry, that doesn't make sense." "It makes more sense than you think." Harry looked at Neville, round-faced, anxious, perpetually uncertain Neville, and thought about what Flitwick had said. 427 bindings. On him. And Lindqvist had mentioned 14 of goblin origin anchored to the Potter bloodline. Inherited, the healer had said. Neville was a pure blood. Neville's parents had been powerful aurors. Neville's magic manifested late and inconsistently. Neville's grandmother had bought him his father's wand instead of letting him be chosen by one of his own. Harry looked at Neville and felt something cold settle in his stomach. "Neville," he said quietly. "Can I talk to you after breakfast? Somewhere private?" Neville's eyebrows rose, but he nodded. "Sure." Hermione caught Harry's eye from beside him. She'd followed his line of thinking, he could see it in her face. She gave him a small, tight nod. They ate. Harry was ravenously hungry, more hungry than he could remember being in years, and tore through 4 pieces of toast, 2 eggs, a pile of bacon, and 3 glasses of pumpkin juice before the hunger even began to recede. His body was working overtime, processing the changes of the previous night, and it needed fuel. Ron watched him eat with a kind of awed respect. "Mate, you're putting me to shame." "First time in 5 years I've actually felt hungry," Harry said, and the truth of it hit him as he said it. The Dursleys had starved him every summer. He'd come to Hogwarts thin and malnourished every September. And he'd never eaten much even here, had always picked at his food, never had much appetite. He'd thought it was just how he was. But that wasn't how he was. That was what the bindings had made him. One of them, he was sure of it, must have suppressed his appetite. Kept him small. Kept him weak. Kept him manageable. He ate another piece of toast out of pure spite. Across the hall, at the staff table, Dumbledore sat in his usual seat and ate his usual breakfast with his usual serene expression. But his eyes tracked across the great hall to the Gryffindor table with a frequency that Flitwick, sitting 3 seats down, noted and catalogued. Snape was absent. Harry noticed that too. After breakfast, Harry, Ron, and Hermione collected Neville and headed for the room of requirement. Harry paced 3 times, "I need a private room where we can't be overheard," and the door appeared. Inside was a comfortable space with chairs, a fire, and what Harry's new magical awareness told him were the most thorough privacy wards the room could generate. The castle liked him. He could feel that now, a warm, ancient affection woven into the stones. It wanted to protect him. Neville sat down and looked at the 3 of them with the expression of someone who expected bad news but was determined to hear it standing up, metaphorically speaking. "Before I tell you what's going on," Harry said, "I need to ask you something. And I need you to really think about your answer. Okay. Your magic. Has it always felt difficult?" Like you're pushing against something. Neville blinked. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't that. Yeah. Always. Gran says I'm a late bloomer, that my magic just needs time to. He stopped. Something in Harry's expression must have warned him. Why are you asking? Harry told him. Not everything, not the full count, not the specific perpetrators, but enough. Enough to explain that bindings existed, that they could be hidden, that they could be placed on children and never detected by standard means. Enough to explain that Harry had been carrying hundreds of them and that a specialized diagnostic had found them. Neville listened. His round face went through several shades of pale, and his hands gripped his knees, but he didn't interrupt. You think I might have them too, Neville said when Harry finished. I think it's worth checking. Your parents were powerful. You're struggling with magic that should come easily to you. Your wand isn't yours, it's your dad's, which means it's not matched to you properly, which would mask binding effects even further. Neville was quiet for a long time. His jaw worked silently, chewing on thoughts. When he spoke, his voice was smaller than Harry had ever heard it. When I was little, Neville said, my family thought I might be a squib. Uncle Algy dropped me out a window to see if I'd bounce. I bounced. Everyone was relieved. He paused. But what if I wasn't nearly a squib? What if someone made it look like I was? The room was very still. The ICW investigators are still here, Harry said. Healer Lindqvist, he's the one who scanned me. I can ask him to check you. It's painless. Takes about 30 minutes. What if he finds something? Then we deal with it. Together. Neville looked at Harry, and something passed between them, a recognition, perhaps, of shared damage. Two boys who'd lost their parents the same week. Two boys raised in the shadow of a war they hadn't chosen. Two boys who'd spent their whole lives feeling like less than they were. Do it, Neville said. They found Lindqvist in Flitwick's office, reviewing his notes from the previous night's work. The healer looked even more exhausted than before, dark circles like bruises beneath his pale eyes, but he straightened when Harry explained what he was asking. Another student? Lindqvist looked at Neville with professional interest. Pureblood family, parents incapacitated, raised by extended family, late magical development. That's me, Neville said. Lindqvist exchanged a glance with Marceau, who had been writing at Flitwick's desk and now set down her quill with deliberate care. Scan him, Marceau said. If this is a pattern, I want to know now. Neville sat in the same chair Harry had occupied the night before. Lindqvist arranged his crystals, cast the diagnostic, and the white light washed over Neville like cold water. Harry watched. He couldn't see what Lindqvist saw, not the way Flitwick could, but his enhanced magical awareness picked up something. A texture around Neville. A density. Like looking at someone through thick, warped glass. The scan took 25 minutes. When it ended, Lindqvist sat down heavily and pressed his palms into his eyes. How many? Harry asked. Lindqvist lowered his hands. He looked at Neville with an expression that had gone past professional concern into something raw. 163, Lindqvist said. Neville made a sound. Not a word, just a sound, low and gutted. Signatures? Marceau asked. She was on her feet now. Primary signature matches Albus Dumbledore. Approximately 90 bindings. Secondary signature, Lindqvist consulted a crystal that pulsed a sickly yellow. Augusta Longbottom. 61 bindings. My grandmother, Neville whispered. The remaining 12 are of unknown origin. Some appear to be very old, possibly placed during infancy. Lindqvist paused. The binding profile is different from Potter's. Less focused on behavioral modification, more on raw magical suppression. Someone systematically throttled this boy's magical output to a fraction of its natural capacity. Neville was staring at his own hands. His face was white but his eyes were dry, and there was something building behind them that Harry recognized because he'd felt it himself 12 hours ago, the awful, dawning comprehension of a betrayal so fundamental it reordered everything. "My gran," Neville said. "My gran told me I was almost a squib. She told me I was a disappointment. She told me I'd never be as good as my dad. Neville, she put bindings on me and then she called me weak." His voice cracked. The fire in the room flared, and the crystals on the desk rattled. "She told me to use my dad's wand because mine wouldn't matter. He stopped. Breathed. She did this to me and then she made me feel worthless for not being able to do what she'd made sure I couldn't do." The room absorbed this. Marceau was writing rapidly, her quill scratching in the silence. Jean, by the door, had gone very still. "Mr. Longbottom," Marceau said. She came to stand before Neville, and her usually severe expression had softened by exactly 1 degree, which, from Marceau, was the equivalent of an embrace. "You are now also under the protection of the ICW. The same protections extended to Mr. Potter apply to you. No one will place another binding on you. And with your consent, Healer Lindqvist will begin removal at the earliest safe opportunity." "Do it now," Neville said. "Start now." "The compulsions first," Lindqvist said, already moving toward his case. "Same protocol as Potter. Behavioral bindings, then we'll schedule the core suppressions." Neville looked at Harry. Something passed between them, not gratitude, exactly, but something deeper and fiercer. An alliance forged in shared fury. "Thank you," Neville said. "For asking." "Someone should have asked a long time ago," Harry said. "Someone should have been paying attention." Harry left Neville with Lindqvist and went to find Flitwick. The tiny professor was in his classroom, which was empty. Classes had been cancelled for the day, ostensibly for administrative reasons, which was the kind of vague excuse that generated maximum gossip. Harry found Flitwick sitting on his desk, legs crossed, wand in hand, methodically casting detection charms at the walls and ceiling. "Checking for monitoring spells," Flitwick said without turning. "The headmaster has been known to add passive surveillance to classrooms. I've already found 3 in here that weren't there yesterday. He's already moving." "Of course he is." Flitwick cancelled the last monitoring charm with a precise flick. Albus Dumbledore has not survived a century of magical politics by being slow to respond to threats. And make no mistake, Harry, he perceives this as a threat, not a reckoning. Harry leaned against a desk. Neville had 163. Flitwick's wand stopped mid-cast. He turned slowly. "Longbottom." Lindqvist scanning him now. 90 of them are Dumbledore's. 61 are from his grandmother. The silence that followed was heavy with implications. 2 students. 2 boys raised by people Dumbledore had influence over. 2 boys with suppressed magic and manufactured weakness. "Prophecy children," Flitwick said softly. Harry straightened. "What?" "The prophecy. The one the Order guards at the Department of Mysteries. I don't know its contents, Albus has kept it close, but I know it could have applied to 2 boys. You and Neville. Born at the end of July, to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord. And Dumbledore bound both of us. One to be his weapon. The other to be, what? A backup? A decoy? Or simply kept weak enough not to complicate his plans." Flitwick's voice was tight with controlled fury. "I wonder, Harry, how many other children he's done this to. How many students have sat in this classroom struggling with spells they should have mastered, convinced they were simply mediocre, never knowing they were chained." The thought was enormous. Sickening. Harry pushed it aside, not because it didn't matter, but because he couldn't afford to drown in it. There were things to do. "I need to get stronger," Harry said. "The core bindings, the ones suppressing my magical power, when can those come off?" "Lindqvist wants to schedule it carefully." Releasing that much suppressed magical energy all at once could be dangerous. Dangerous to who? Flitwick looked at him. To the castle's ward structure, primarily. Harry, what I sense beneath those bindings, the raw capacity of your magical core, I've never felt anything like it. Not from Dumbledore. Not from the Dark Lord, in the fragments of his magic I've encountered. Your core is, he searched for the word. Vast. Removing the suppressions will be like opening a dam. We need to make sure the flood doesn't destroy anything we need intact. Then we do it somewhere safe. The room of requirement, it adapts to magical need, it can handle whatever I put out. Flitwick considered this. That's actually not a terrible idea. The room's magic is unique, responsive, adaptive, tied to Hogwarts' deep structure. If anywhere in the castle could absorb the release, it would be there. Tonight, Harry said. I'm not waiting. Harry, every minute those bindings stay on me is a minute I'm operating at a fraction of what I am. There's a Dark Lord out there with access to my mind through a Horcrux in my head. There's a war coming that Dumbledore was apparently grooming me to die in. I don't have the luxury of a gradual schedule. Flitwick studied him. The boy he'd taught for 5 years, quiet, modest, perpetually underperforming in a way that now made horrific sense, was gone. In his place was someone whose eyes burned with a clarity that was almost uncomfortable to meet. Tonight, Flitwick agreed. I'll talk to Lindqvist. Word spread through the castle the way word always did at Hogwarts, through portrait gossip, ghost whispers, and the invisible network of students who noticed things. By lunch, everyone knew that something was happening. ICW investigators were in the castle. Dumbledore had been confronted in his own office. Classes were disrupted. Rumors multiplied like rabbits, each more elaborate than the last. Malfoy tried to corner Harry in the corridor after lunch, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, wearing his usual smirk. Heard the ICW's here because of you, Potter. What did you do? Cry to someone about your scar hurting. Harry stopped walking. Not because Malfoy's words had any power over him, the compliance charms that might have made him flinch were gone, but because he was curious. He reached out with his new magical awareness and felt Malfoy's magical signature. Bright, sharp, arrogant, and tangled with something dark around his left forearm that Harry filed away for later. Malfoy, Harry said conversationally, you should pick your fights more carefully. Something in his voice, or his eyes, or the ambient magic that crackled faintly in the air around him, made Malfoy's smirk falter. Crabbe and Goyle shifted uneasily. They were dull, but they had animal instincts, and their instincts were telling them that the person standing in front of them was not the same person they'd been bullying for 4 years. Harry walked past them. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. Ron fell into step beside him. What was that? What was what? You just made Malfoy flinch without doing anything. I think my magic is leaking. The bindings are still on my core but they're straining. Some of it's getting through. Ron was quiet for a moment. That's terrifying. Good. They reached the 7th floor and found Hermione already outside the room of requirement, surrounded by a fortress of books she'd apparently liberated from the restricted section. Flitwick's signature was on the permission slip clutched in her hand, and her eyes had the particular manic gleam of someone who'd found exactly the legal precedents she needed. I've found 17 separate ICW rulings that support Marceau's jurisdiction, she said without preamble. And I've found something else. Harry, listen to me, under ICW law, specifically Article 42 of the Statute of Magical Inheritance, if a magical guardian is found to have placed illegal bindings on their ward, all legal acts performed by that guardian on the ward's behalf are rendered void. Every single one. Meaning the placement with the Dursleys. The sealed Potter will. The blocked vaults, Flitwick mentioned the goblins found sealed inheritances. All of Dumbledore's legal actions regarding you, going back to the night your parents died, can be voided. You can reclaim everything. Harry absorbed this. Everything. Your family's estate. Your Wisengamot seats, Harry, the Potters held seats, did you know that? Dumbledore's been voting your proxy for 14 years. Your parents' will, whatever it actually says, can be unsealed and executed. Whatever Dumbledore arranged can be undone. Wisengamot seats, Ron said. Plural. The Potters were an ancient and most noble house. 2 seats. And if the Goblin inheritance tests reveal additional titles, which they very well might, given how thoroughly Harry's heritage has been suppressed, there could be more. Harry thought about Dumbledore sitting in his office, calm and reasonable, arguing that everything he'd done was for the greater good. Dumbledore, who had bound a baby's magic, shaped a child's personality, stolen an inheritance, suppressed a bloodline, and voted a dead family's political power for a decade and a half. For the greater good. Harry felt the bindings on his core strain. Felt his magic surge against them like a tide against a failing seawall. Sparks crackled along his forearms, visible this time, tiny arcs of blue-white light that danced across his skin and made the hairs on Ron's arms stand up from 3 feet away. Tonight, Harry said, the core bindings come off. All of them. Hermione looked at the sparks on his arms. All of them at once. Lindqvist and Flitwick are going to supervise. We're using the room of requirement. Harry, that could be, I know what it could be. I don't care. I'm done being less than I am. The sparks intensified for a moment, and the torches along the corridor flared in sympathy, and a low vibration ran through the stone floor beneath their feet, the castle itself responding to the magic building inside the boy who stood at its heart. Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. Then Hermione squared her shoulders and closed her book. Then we'll be there, she said. Whatever happens. They gathered at 9 o'clock. The room of requirement had configured itself in response to Harry's need, not a cozy study room this time, but a vast open space with a domed ceiling that arched upward into darkness. The floor was smooth stone, unmarked except for a circle of runes that the room had helpfully provided, each symbol glowing faintly blue. The walls were lined with what looked like ward absorbers, crystalline panels that hummed with readiness, designed to soak up magical overflow. The room knew what was coming. The room was preparing. Lindqvist stood inside the runic circle, arranging his crystals in a pattern more complex than anything he'd used before. Flitwick was at the circle's edge, wand drawn, running calculations in his head. Marceau stood to one side with a recording quill transcribing everything for the official file. Jean guarded the door. Ron, Hermione, and Neville stood against the far wall. Neville looked shaky. Lindqvist had removed 30 of his compulsions that afternoon, and he was still adjusting, but he'd refused to miss this. His eyes were clearer than they'd been in years. Harry stepped into the circle and felt the runes activate beneath his feet. A low thrum ran up through his legs and into his core, and the bindings tightened in response, an automatic defense mechanism, the charms sensing a threat and clamping down harder. I'm going to remove them in groups, Lindqvist said. The talent blocks first, these are the ones preventing you from accessing specific magical disciplines. Then the output suppressors, these are throttling your raw power. Finally, the deep core bindings, these are the oldest, the most entrenched, and the most dangerous to remove. At any point, if the pain becomes, don't stop, Harry said. Whatever happens, don't stop until they're all gone. Lindqvist nodded. Flitwick raised his wand. The crystals flared to life. And Lindqvist began. The talent blocks came first, dozens of them, each one a lock on a door Harry hadn't known existed. The first released with a sharp snap of sensation, and suddenly Harry could feel something open in his mind. Transfiguration. Not the academic knowledge, he still knew what he knew, but the intuitive connection to the discipline. The understanding of how matter could shift and reshape, how magic could convince reality to be flexible. It bloomed behind his eyes like color returning to a gray world. Another snap. Arithmancy. Not the numbers themselves, but the ability to perceive magical structures mathematically, to see spells as equations and understand their variables. He hadn't taken the class, hadn't even been interested, and now he understood why. The binding had suppressed not just the ability but the desire. Snap. A clemency. Harry nearly laughed. No wonder Snape's lessons had been torture. The ability to organize and defend his own mind had been locked away while Snape simultaneously added more locks. It was almost elegant in its cruelty. Snap, snap, snap. Ancient runes. Healing magic. Wandless casting. Each talent block dissolved and each door opened and Harry's magical awareness expanded with every one, the world becoming richer and more complex and more beautiful and more terrible. Moving to output suppressors, Lindqvist said. His voice was strained. The first output suppressor came free, and Harry felt a rush of pure power unlike anything he'd experienced. It was like stepping from a dimly lit room into blinding sunlight. His magic surged outward, hitting the runic circle, which flared bright blue. The ward absorbers on the walls hummed louder. A wind that had no source whipped through the room, tearing at robes and hair. Hold steady, Flitwick called. His wand traced stabilizing patterns in the air. The second suppressor released. The third. The fourth. Each one uncorked another reservoir of power that had been building for 15 years, pressurized and volatile. The air in the room grew thick with magic, not a metaphor, but a physical phenomenon. It pressed against the skin, vibrated in the teeth, made the crystals on the floor sing in high, clear notes. Harry was on his knees. He didn't remember falling. The power pouring through him was oceanic, vast, deep, relentless, and his body, unused to channeling more than a fraction of it, shook with the effort of containing what was being set free. Harry. Hermione's voice, distant, scared. Don't stop, Harry gasped. Lindqvist removed 3 more suppressors in rapid succession, and the room of requirement groaned. The walls shifted. The ceiling rose higher. The ward absorbers blazed white. The castle itself was accommodating the release, expanding the room to contain what was emerging from the boy kneeling in the runic circle. Flitwick was casting continuously now, his wand a blur, layering containment and stabilization and overflow management with the speed and precision that had made him a champion. His eyes were wide, not with fear but with awe. The last of the output suppressors dissolved. Harry threw his head back and light poured from him, not from his wand, not from his scar, from his skin. Raw magic, unfiltered and unbound, blazing white gold, filling the room like water filling a vessel. The runes in the floor ignited. Every crystal shattered. The ward absorbers cracked and reformed and cracked again. The 3 students against the wall were pressed back by the sheer pressure of it. Ron had his arm over his face. Hermione was gripping the wall with white-knuckled hands, squinting against the light. Neville stood straight and still, tears running down his face, watching. Deep core bindings. Lindqvist shouted over the roar of magic. These are the last ones. They've been there since infancy, they're fused with his natural signature. This will hurt. Do it. Harry shouted. Lindqvist cast. And the oldest chains, the ones placed on a 15-month-old orphan by a man who called himself a protector, began to break. Each one felt like a bone being reset. Harry screamed. He couldn't help it. 15 years of suppression tearing free from his magical core, dragging pieces of false identity with them, the meekness, the hesitation, the reflexive smallness, the constant unconscious habit of holding back, holding in, being less, being safe, being what they wanted him to be. It broke. It all broke. And what surged up from beneath the wreckage was enormous and ancient and furious and free. The room of requirement expanded to 3 times its original size. The walls sprouted buttresses. The ceiling became a vault. And still the magic pressed outward, pressing against the room's adaptive limits, testing the castle's deep foundations. Hogwarts responded. Harry felt it, the ancient magic in the stones, the thousand-year-old enchantments, the accumulated power of a fortress built to contain and nurture magic. The castle reached back. It wrapped itself around the explosion of power pouring from the boy in the runic circle and held it, absorbed it, channeled it down into the bedrock and the ley lines beneath. The castle shuddered once from foundation to tower, and portraits rattled on walls throughout every corridor, and a deep, resonant hum sounded in every stone and every beam and every inch of enchanted mortar. Then it was over. Harry knelt in the center of a scorched runic circle in a room that had tripled in size. The crystals were dust. The ward absorbers were fused lumps of melted glass. Lindqvist was on his back 10 feet away, blinking dazedly at the ceiling. Flitwick was still on his feet, barely, his wand arm shaking, his robe singed, and his expression was the expression of a man who had just witnessed something that would redefine his understanding of magic for the rest of his life. Harry breathed in, out, and felt himself. Not the self he'd known, the muted, dampened, chained version that had stumbled through 5 years of magical education barely accessing a fraction of his potential. The real self. The one that had been locked away since he was a baby. His magic filled him like light fills a room. It moved through his body with every heartbeat, responsive to every thought, every breath, every flicker of intention. He could feel the castle around him, not as a vague awareness now, but as a complete, intricate structure of magic and stone and will. He could feel the wards. He could feel the boundaries. He could feel every magical being within Hogwarts walls, each one a distinct signature, each one clear as a voice. He could feel Dumbledore in his tower. The old wizard's magic was a golden bonfire, powerful, complex, immense by any normal standard. Harry's magic made it look like a candle. He stood up. No wobble. No weakness. He felt more solid, more present, more real than he had ever felt in his entire life. Harry. Hermione's voice, tentative, awed. He turned to look at his friends. Ron was staring at him with his mouth literally hanging open. Hermione had tears on her cheeks. Neville was smiling, actually smiling, wide and fierce and proud. "How do you feel?" Flitwick asked. Harry held out his hand, palm up. Without a wand, without an incantation, without effort, a sphere of light bloomed above his palm, pure, stable, warm. He shaped it with a thought, and it became a stag. A perfect, glowing, miniature Patronus that cantered across his fingers and leaped into the air, trailing silver light. No memory required. No desperate focus. No fight. Just joy, running free. "I feel like me," Harry said. Marceau, who had stood silent through the entire process, her recording quill scratching furiously behind her, stepped forward. She looked at the scorched circle. The destroyed crystals. The tripled room. The wandless Patronus dissolving into silver mist above their heads. She looked at Harry Potter, unbound for the first time in his life, and her amber eyes held something that might have been the beginning of wonder. "Well," she said quietly. "This changes things." Chapter 3, The Sound Magic Makes Harry didn't sleep that night. Not because he couldn't, his body was exhausted, wrung out from the unbinding like a rag twisted dry, but because the world wouldn't stop singing. He lay in his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn and listened to magic. It had a sound. He'd never known that before. Every enchantment in the castle produced a faint harmonic, a note too low or too high for normal perception, and together they formed a symphony that had been playing for 1,000 years. The warming charms in the walls hummed a low bass drone. The portrait preservation spells chimed in middle registers, each one slightly different depending on the age and temperament of the painting. The wards around the windows sang in thin, clear tones that shifted with the weather. And beneath it all, deep in the bedrock, the foundational enchantments of Hogwarts itself produced a sound like breathing, slow, steady, immense. Harry lay in bed and heard all of it, every note, every layer, and tears ran down his temples and soaked into his pillow because it was beautiful and he should have been able to hear it his whole life. He gave up on sleep around 4 in the morning. He dressed in the dark, his magical awareness mapped the room so precisely he didn't need light, and slipped out of the dormitory without disturbing the others. The common room was empty. The fire had died. He passed through the portrait hole and into the corridors of Hogwarts. Walking the castle at night was something he'd done many times, usually under the invisibility cloak, usually breaking rules. He didn't bother with the cloak tonight. He walked openly through moonlit corridors and let his magic move around him like a living cloak, and the castle responded. Torches flickered brighter as he passed. Doors drifted open before he reached them. A suit of armor on the 3rd floor turned its helmet to watch him go and raised a gauntlet hand in something like a salute. Hogwarts knew him. Hogwarts had always known him. It had been trying to help him for 5 years, the moving staircases that always seemed to take him where he needed to go, the hidden passages that opened at convenient moments, the room of requirement appearing exactly when he needed sanctuary. He'd thought it was luck. It wasn't luck. The castle had been reaching through 427 bindings to touch the boy it recognized, trying to nurture a magical signature that was being strangled, and now that the chains were gone, the connection was open and vast and mutual. Harry pressed his palm to a stone wall on the 4th floor and felt the castle's magic pulse against his hand like a heartbeat. "I hear you," he said quietly. The stones warmed under his fingers. He walked until dawn broke gray and cold over the mountains, and then he went down to the great hall for breakfast, arriving before any student and most of the staff. A handful of house elves were setting the tables, and they stopped and stared when he entered. One of them, a young elf Harry didn't recognize, dropped a stack of plates that arrested in midair before they hit the floor. Harry caught them with a casual wave of his hand, magic flowing out without thought, and set them gently on the nearest table. The house elf's enormous eyes grew even larger. "Harry Potter, sir, is different." "Yeah," Harry said. "I am." He sat at the Gryffindor table and poured himself tea from a pot that appeared the moment he wanted it. The castle again, anticipating his needs, responding to his presence with an eagerness that bordered on affection. He sipped his tea and watched the enchanted ceiling shift from pre-dawn gray to the pale gold of early morning. Professors filtered in gradually. Sprout first, humming to herself, then Vector, then Sinistra. They all glanced at Harry, the only student in the hall at this hour, and something in their expressions shifted when they looked at him. Not recognition of who he was but awareness that something about him was fundamentally different. His magic wasn't leaking anymore. It was flowing, steady and controlled, but enormous, filling the space around him with a presence that people could feel even if they couldn't name it. McGonagall came in at 7:15. She walked to the staff table, sat down, poured her tea, and then her head came up sharply. She looked directly at Harry across the empty hall. Her nostrils flared. Her lips pressed thin. She stood, crossed the hall, and sat down at the Gryffindor table across from him. The breach of protocol was so startling that Sprout actually fumbled her toast. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. Her voice was controlled but her eyes were searching his face with an intensity that reminded Harry of Flitwick's diagnostic scan. "What has happened to you? You can feel it." "I am a transfiguration master, Potter. I am attuned to changes in magical signatures as a professional necessity." "And yours," she stopped. Her jaw worked. "Your signature has completely changed." "No. Not changed. It's unbound," Harry said. The word landed between them like a stone in still water. McGonagall stared at him, and Harry watched the implications ripple through her mind, the word, its meaning, what it required, who had the power and the access and the motive. "Explain," she said. "Ask Professor Flitwick. He's the one who found it." Harry held her gaze and felt nothing but calm. 24 hours ago, the compliance charms would have had him deferring, softening, making it easier for the authority figure to process difficult information. Now he simply stated facts and let them stand. 427 binding charms, Professor. On me. Since I was a baby. 312 of them placed by Albus Dumbledore. McGonagall's face went through something Harry had never seen from her. The strict mask cracked. Beneath it was shock, then disbelief, then a kind of horrified arithmetic as she began calculating backward through 5 years of a student she'd watched struggle, underperform, and throw himself into danger with a regularity she'd attributed to recklessness or his father's temperament. "That's not possible," she whispered. "Healer Lindqvist from the ICW has the full diagnostic results. Madame Marceau has the investigation file. And they found the same thing on Neville Longbottom, 163 bindings. 90 of them Dumbledore's." McGonagall's hand came up to cover her mouth. It was the most human gesture Harry had ever seen from her, and it lasted only a moment before she lowered it, squared her shoulders, and became Professor McGonagall again. But her eyes were bright and her voice, when she spoke, carried a tremor she couldn't quite suppress. "I didn't know," she said. "I believe you. I should have, there should have been," she stopped herself. Closed her eyes. When she opened them, the tremor was gone and something harder had taken its place. "Where is Phileas?" "His office. He's been coordinating with the ICW team." McGonagall stood. She smoothed her robes with hands that were not entirely steady. "The headmaster? Under investigation. Barred from contact with me. Restricted from modifying the wards." "Good," McGonagall said, and the word came out sharp enough to cut glass. She turned and walked toward the door, then stopped. Without turning back, she said, "Potter. Harry. I am," another pause. "I will be speaking with Professor Flitwick. And then I will be speaking with the headmaster. And he will not enjoy the conversation." She left. Harry drank his tea. Students began arriving in clusters, the great hall filling with the usual morning chaos. Ron and Hermione came in together, Ron looking half asleep and Hermione looking like she'd been awake for hours, which she probably had. They sat on either side of Harry and Hermione immediately leaned close. "I couldn't sleep so I kept reading. Harry, there's a precedent, Marceau will know it, the Volkov case from 1847. Russian ministry bound a child prodigy's magic to prevent him from becoming a threat. The ICW not only prosecuted the officials responsible, they established restitution protocols. Financial compensation, formal apology, and, this is the important part, mandatory publication of the investigation findings. Full public disclosure. Dumbledore can't bury this." "Good," Harry said. He was finding that word very satisfying lately. Ron loaded his plate with eggs and bacon and said, through a mouthful, "Neville's not coming to breakfast. He's with Lindqvist. More removals. How's he doing?" "Better. He came back to the dorm last night practically vibrating. Said he could feel his magic for the first time, like, actually feel it. He was growing plants in his sleep, Harry. Woke up and his bedpost had sprouted leaves." Harry smiled. It felt unfamiliar on his face, not the polite, deflecting smile he'd worn for years but something genuine, warm, felt all the way down. "His wand. He needs a new one. Flitwick's arranging it. Sent a message to Ollivanders last night." Breakfast continued. Harry ate enormously again, his metabolism was working overtime, burning through calories to fuel the magical restructuring still taking place in his core. Every few minutes he'd feel something shift inside him, a settling, like foundations finding their level after an earthquake. Each shift brought new clarity, new depth to his magical awareness, and each one made the world a little brighter. He was reaching for his fourth piece of toast when every window in the great hall exploded. It happened because Draco Malfoy, passing behind Harry on his way to the Slytherin table, leaned down and hissed, "Enjoy the attention while it lasts, Potter. My father says the ICW has no real authority here." Harry flinched. Not from fear, from surprise. Malfoy's breath on his neck triggered a reflexive spike of adrenaline, a startled response amplified by years of the Dursleys' casual cruelty, and his magic responded to the spike before his conscious mind could intervene. It lashed out in a radial burst, not targeted, not intentional, just raw power reacting to perceived threat. Every window in the Great Hall, tall, arched, centuries old, enchanted with weather resistance and self-repair, shattered simultaneously. The sound was enormous, a cascading crash of glass that seemed to go on forever, followed by the rush of cold Scottish morning air pouring through dozens of empty frames. The hall went silent. 300 students sat frozen, some with glass in their hair, some with forks halfway to their mouths, all staring at Harry Potter, who stood at the Gryffindor table with his hands at his sides and his magic rolling off him in visible waves that made the air shimmer like heat haze. Malfoy had stumbled backward and was sitting on the floor, white-faced, his usual sneer replaced by something much more honest. Fear. Harry looked at the windows. At the glass scattered across every table. At the stunned faces of students and professors. The self-repair enchantments were already activating, glass crawling back into frames, fragments reassembling, but the damage was done and everyone in the room had felt the blast of magic that caused it. He should have felt embarrassed. The compliance charms would have had him flushing red, stammering apologies, shrinking. Instead, Harry felt a cold, clean fury that directed itself not at Malfoy but at the situation, at the fact that he didn't know his own strength because someone had ensured he never had the chance to learn it. "Sorry about the windows," Harry said to the room at large. His voice carried easily in the silence. "Still calibrating." He sat back down and picked up his toast. The hall remained silent for another 5 seconds. Then Flitwick, who had arrived at some point during breakfast and was standing on the staff table for a better view, began to laugh. It was a bright, startled sound that broke the tension, and slowly, tentatively, conversation resumed. But the glances that kept sliding toward Harry were different now. The students of Hogwarts had just watched their classmates shatter 60-foot enchanted windows with a startle reflex, and the world had rearranged itself accordingly. Malfoy got off the floor without a word and went to the Slytherin table. He didn't look at Harry again. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat in his throne-like chair and watched. His expression was serene. His blue eyes twinkled behind his spectacles. He ate a lemon drop and said nothing. But Harry could feel the old wizard's magic reaching out, testing, probing, trying to get a read on what had just happened. The probes were subtle, masterfully subtle, the kind of passive legilimency that could slip through standard defenses like water through cloth. Harry's mind, unbound, with full access to his occlumency potential, closed like a vault. Dumbledore's probes hit a wall so dense they might as well have struck diamond. The old wizard's hand paused halfway to the candy dish. For the first time, something that might have been genuine surprise flickered behind those twinkling eyes. Harry met his gaze across the hall. Held it. Let the old man feel the shape of what he was now looking at, the full, unshackled magical presence of Harry Potter, staring back at him without deference, without compliance, without the slightest inclination to look away first. Dumbledore looked away. Flitwick intercepted Harry outside the Great Hall. "My classroom. Now. Before you accidentally bring down a load-bearing wall." Harry followed. Flitwick's classroom had been cleared of desks and chairs, the space opened up into something that resembled a dueling hall more than a lecture room. Padding covered the stone walls. The windows had been replaced with something that looked considerably more durable than glass. Targeting dummies stood in a row against the far wall, and the floor had been inscribed with containment runes that glowed faintly blue. "I prepared this last night," Flitwick said, climbing onto his teaching platform so he could look Harry in the eye. "After what I saw in the room of requirement, I knew today would be eventful. The windows were a perfectly understandable accident from someone whose magical output increased roughly 100-fold overnight. You have no muscle memory for this level of power, Harry. Your entire life, you've been casting at 5% capacity. Your instincts, your reflexes, your sense of how much magic to put into a reaction, all of it is calibrated to a version of yourself that no longer exists. So I need to recalibrate. You need to recalibrate. And I am, despite everything, still your charms professor, and this is still a school, and I'll be damned if I let you wander around shattering architecture. Flitwick's eyes were bright. So. Shall we see what you can do? He started with basics. Levitation, the same spell that had sparked everything. Flitwick placed a feather on a desk at the far end of the room and told Harry to lift it. Harry raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rocketed to the ceiling so fast it was a blur. It hit the stone and disintegrated into a puff of white fibers. Less, Flitwick said mildly. Harry tried again with a new feather. This time he consciously throttled his output, imagining a valve, turning it down, and the feather rose smoothly to waist height and hovered. Better. Now hold it there and levitate a second one. Harry levitated the second feather. Then a third. Then Flitwick kept adding them, and Harry kept lifting, and by the time he was holding 40 feathers in a precise floating grid pattern he realized he wasn't tired. Wasn't even trying hard. The magic flowed out of him like breath, natural, effortless, as involuntary as a heartbeat. 40 simultaneous levitation targets, Flitwick murmured, making notes with a self-inking quill. Without visible strain. For reference, Newt level expectation is 4. My personal record in competition was 26. He looked up. You're not even concentrating, are you? Not really. It's like, they just stay where I put them. Because you're not really casting individual spells anymore. You're imposing your will on the local magical field. The spells are a framework, a shape for your intention, but the power isn't coming from the wand. The wand is he searched for an analogy. You know how a garden hose has a nozzle? Most wizards need the nozzle. You're the river. Flitwick banished the feathers and moved to combat magic. He set up a targeting dummy and told Harry to hit it with a stunning spell. Harry stunned it. The dummy didn't just fall over, it flew backward, hit the padded wall, left an impression 3 inches deep in the padding, and the spell continued through the wall into the stone behind it, leaving a scorch mark. Less, Flitwick said again. They worked for 2 hours. Stunners, shields, disarming charms, cutting curses, blasting hexes, conjuration, transfiguration. Every spell Harry cast came out overpowered on the first attempt and required conscious restraint to bring down to normal levels. But the restraint was getting easier, his magical control was adapting rapidly, his instincts recalibrating in real time. By the end of the first hour, he could cast a stunner that would drop a person without putting them through a wall. Now, Flitwick said, hopping down from his platform with the nimble energy of a man half his age, let's try something different. Put your wand away. Harry holstered his wand. Flitwick positioned a dummy 10 feet away. Stun it. Harry raised his hand, focused his intention, and pushed. The dummy toppled. Clean, controlled, precise. Wandless. Flitwick was grinning. It was the fierce, sharp grin of a dueling champion watching a prodigy emerge, and there was no disguising the delight in it. Again. Without the hand gesture. Harry looked at the dummy. It flew across the room, hit the wall, and slid to the floor. Again. This time, the one behind you. Harry didn't turn. He felt the dummy's position through his magical awareness, a knot of enchantment 6 feet behind him and to the left, and stunned it with a thought. It fell. The classroom was very quiet. Phileas. Marceau's voice. She had entered at some point during the session and stood by the door with her arms crossed. What exactly am I watching? Wandless, non-verbal, non-gestural casting, Flitwick said. His voice had gone soft. Instinctive magical manipulation. He's not casting spells, Adelaide. He's thinking and the magic responds. I've read about wizards who could do this, Merlin, supposedly. The founders. No one in recorded modern history. He's 15. He's 15 and he's been operating at 5% capacity his entire life. Everything he's done, the Patronus at 13, surviving the Triwizard Tournament, fighting off Voldemort in a graveyard, he did all of that in chains. And this, Flitwick gestured at the room, at the toppled dummies, at Harry standing calm and still in the center of it all. This is day 1. He's been unbound for less than 24 hours. Marceau looked at Harry with her unreadable amber eyes. Mr. Potter. How do you feel? Frustrated, Harry said honestly. Frustrated? I can do all of this. I can feel what my magic is capable of, it's like standing at the edge of an ocean. But I've been swimming in a bathtub my whole life. I don't know what I don't know. I have 15 years of development to catch up on, and there's a Dark Lord out there who's not going to wait while I figure out the basics. Then we won't waste time on basics. Flitwick drew his wand. The motion was fluid, almost too fast to follow, the reflexes of a champion, dormant for years but never forgotten. You want to learn? Let's see how you handle a real opponent. He moved before Harry could respond. A stunner, fast, angled, aimed not at Harry's center mass but at the floor at his feet where it would ricochet upward into an unexpected vector. Competition-level dueling tactics, the kind that won championships. Harry's body moved without his brain's involvement. He sidestepped the ricochet, and his magic reached out and caught Flitwick's next spell, a body bind, in midair. Not blocked. Not deflected. Caught, like a thrown ball. The spell hung in the air between them, pulsing, held in place by nothing but Harry's will. Flitwick stared at the suspended spell. Then he laughed, a delighted, incredulous sound, and flicked his wand in a complex pattern that launched 3 spells in rapid succession, a disarmer, a tripping jinx, and something Harry didn't recognize that crackled with violet energy. Harry's shield snapped into existence without a word or a gesture. Not a protego, something denser, layered, a construct of pure magical force that absorbed the first 2 spells and redirected the third back at Flitwick at twice its original speed. The tiny professor dodged, barely, and the violet spell blew a hole in the padded wall behind him. He came up grinning, wand already moving, and for the next 30 seconds, the classroom became a storm. Flitwick was extraordinary. Even at his age, even after years behind a desk, the muscle memory and tactical brilliance that had made him champion were fully intact. He used the environment, bouncing spells off walls, conjuring obstacles, changing the floor surface beneath Harry's feet. He chained spells together in combinations designed to overwhelm, feint, and trap. He was fast, creative, and ruthless. Harry didn't think. He let his magic move. Spells came to him not through incantation or wand movement but through intention. He needed a shield and it was there, he needed to move and the magic carried him, he needed to counter and his power shaped itself around Flitwick's attacks like water flowing around stone. He wasn't fighting the way he'd been taught, the mechanical, formulaic approach of defense against the dark arts classes. He was fighting the way a river fights a landscape, finding every gap, filling every space, applying irresistible pressure. Flitwick lasted 43 seconds before Harry caught him in a binding that pinned his arms to his sides and lifted him gently off the floor. The tiny professor hung in midair, immobilized but unharmed, and his grin was so wide it nearly split his face. 43 seconds, Flitwick said. Against a former international champion. On your first day unbound. With no formal dueling training. He shook his head. Merlin Saggy, Harry, do you understand what you are? Harry released him. Flitwick dropped to the floor, landed on his feet like a cat, and straightened his robes with professional dignity. I understand what I was supposed to be, Harry said. Before someone decided I was more useful as a weapon they could aim than a person they had to respect. The words settled in the room. Marceau made a note. Flitwick's grin faded into something fiercer and sadder. Then let's make sure, Flitwick said quietly, that you become exactly what they tried to prevent. They broke for lunch. Harry was ravenous again, his body demanding fuel for the magical restructuring that was still ongoing, his metabolism running hot. He ate at the Gryffindor table with Ron and Hermione and became gradually aware that the dynamics of the Great Hall had shifted. People were watching him. Not the usual Harry Potter attention, the whispers and stares he'd endured since first year, the celebrity gawking, the alternating worship and suspicion. This was different. Students were watching him the way you watch a storm on the horizon. With fascination, with caution, with the instinctive awareness that something fundamental about the weather had changed. The windows he'd shattered at breakfast had repaired themselves, but the memory lingered. Word had spread, as it always did, and the version circulating was probably already embellished beyond recognition. But the core truth, Harry Potter blew out every window in the Great Hall without touching his wand, was dramatic enough without embellishment. "Fred and George want to talk to you," Ron said, nodding toward the far end of the table where the twins were watching Harry with identical expressions of speculative interest. "They said, and I quote, 'Tell him we're available for any and all acts of righteous chaos.' I'll keep that in mind. Also, half of Hufflepuff is scared of you now, and the other half wants to ask you out. I'll pass on both." Hermione hadn't looked up from the legal tome propped against the pumpkin juice pitcher. "Harry, I need to talk to Marceau. I've found something about the sealed Potter will that changes the guardianship analysis entirely. If Dumbledore sealed the will before placing you with the Dursleys, that means, after lunch. Eat something, Hermione." She ate a sandwich without looking at it, turned a page, and kept reading. Neville arrived halfway through lunch, looking like he'd been through a war and won it. His face was pale but his eyes were bright, clear and sharp in a way Harry recognized because he'd seen the same change in his own mirror that morning. Lindqvist had removed another batch of bindings, and the Neville who sat down at the Gryffindor table moved differently. Carried himself differently. Took up space he'd spent his whole life apologizing for occupying. "I just levitated my trunk," Neville said, sitting down across from Harry. "My entire trunk. Full of books and clothes and my Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Levitated it from the floor to the ceiling and held it there for a full minute. How does it feel?" Neville's expression was complicated, joy and grief tangled together, the ecstasy of discovery inseparable from the agony of knowing what had been stolen. "Like waking up. Like my whole life I've been trying to see through frosted glass and someone just wiped it clean." He paused. "My gran put 61 bindings on me, Harry. My grandmother. She looked me in the eye at every Christmas dinner and told me I was disappointing my parents' memory, and she'd put the chains on me herself." Harry reached across the table and gripped Neville's forearm. No words. Just contact, one bound boy to another, understanding that needed no articulation. Neville nodded. Blinked hard. Loaded his plate and started eating with the same desperate hunger Harry recognized. The twins appeared, sliding into seats on either side of Neville with practiced synchronization. Fred leaned in. "So," Fred said. "Heard you and Harry are the protagonists of a massive scandal involving illegal binding charms and Dumbledore being evil." "We prefer the term international incident," George said. "How can we help?" they said together. Harry looked at them. The twins were many things, chaotic, brilliant, frequently expelled from classes, but they were also fiercely loyal and genuinely brave, and right now their faces held none of their usual mischief. They were serious, and their seriousness was more convincing than most people's solemn oaths. "Keep your ears open," Harry said. "You know this castle better than anyone. If Dumbledore's making moves, meetings with staff, messages going out, visitors coming in, I want to know about it." "Done," Fred said. "We've got eyes and ears in places even Filch doesn't know about," George added. "Also," Fred said, lowering his voice, "you should know that Snape hasn't been seen since yesterday. Didn't show up for potions this morning. His quarters are locked and his office is warded. We tried to get close and got repelled by something nasty." Harry filed that information alongside the cold knot of fury he carried specifically for Severus Snape. 23 Bindings on Memory and Emotional Regulation. Placed during occlumency lessons. While Harry sat in that dungeon office, vulnerable, trusting that however unpleasant the process was, it was meant to help him. If Snape surfaces, Harry said, don't engage. Just tell me. The twins nodded and vanished back to their end of the table with the fluid ease of people for whom appearing and disappearing was a lifestyle. Lunch ended. Students filtered out. Harry was heading for the door when a voice stopped him, quiet, measured, carrying the weight of decades of authority. Harry, my boy. A moment, if you please. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood in the doorway that led to the staff entrance, half hidden in the shadow of the archway. His expression was warm. His blue eyes twinkled. His hands were folded gently in front of him, unthreatening. The posture of a kind old man with nothing but concern for a young person he cared about. 24 hours ago, everything in Harry would have softened at that voice, that posture, that expression. The compliance charms would have done their work. He'd have followed the headmaster to his office, listened patiently to reasonable explanations, accepted the offered lemon drop, and walked out feeling confused but reassured. The compliance charms were gone. You're not supposed to be talking to me, Harry said. Marceau's order. No contact. I am aware of Madame Marceau's restrictions, and I intend to honor them. But I am also the headmaster of this school and you are my student, and I feel it is my responsibility to ensure you understand the full picture before decisions are made that cannot be unmade. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, reasonable, suffused with the kind of wise sorrow that made you feel guilty for causing him pain. There are things about your situation, things about the war, about the prophecy, that Madame Marceau does not know and cannot appreciate. If you would allow me 10 minutes, no. The word was flat and final. Harry felt nothing as he said it, no guilt, no doubt, no compulsive urge to defer. Just clarity. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. A recalculation. The approach wasn't working. The levers he'd installed in Harry's mind to make this kind of conversation go the way he needed it to were gone, and he was speaking to a person he'd never actually met, the real Harry Potter, unmanipulated, uncompelled. Harry, you put compliance charms on me when I was a baby. Harry's voice was conversational. Steady. Loud enough to carry across the great hall, where a dozen lingering students suddenly went very still. You suppressed my magic, my personality, my ability to think for myself. You did it for 14 years. And now you want 10 minutes to explain why. The circumstances were that you found an orphan child and decided to turn him into a tool. You shaped me. You aimed me. You made me just strong enough to be useful and just weak enough to be controllable. And you made sure I'd never question it by putting compulsions on my mind that made me trust you. Silence. Every student still in the hall was watching. A portrait of a medieval witch on the far wall had her hand pressed to her mouth. Even the house ghosts had gone still, hovering near the ceiling, translucent faces turned toward the confrontation. Dumbledore looked at Harry, and for just a moment, a fraction of a second, the mask slipped. Beneath the warmth, beneath the twinkle, beneath the grandfather act, something cold and calculating stared out at Harry and assessed the situation with the precision of a chess player watching a critical piece leave the board. Then the mask was back. Warm. Sad. Understanding. I see that you're angry, Dumbledore said. That anger is understandable. But I hope that in time, you'll be answering for this in front of the ICW, Harry said. Save the explanations for them. He turned his back on Albus Dumbledore and walked out of the great hall. His friends fell into step around him, Ron on his left, Hermione on his right, Neville half a step behind, and they moved through the corridor in formation, a tight unit, and Harry felt the loyalty between them like a physical force. Real loyalty. Chosen loyalty. Not the manufactured kind that came in a charm. Behind them, in the empty great hall, Dumbledore stood alone in the doorway. His expression was thoughtful. His hands were still folded gently. He looked like a man contemplating a minor setback rather than the collapse of a 14-year operation. He turned and walked back toward the staff entrance, and as he walked, he drew his wand, just briefly, just long enough to cast a silent spell at the wall. A monitoring charm. New. Targeted. Keyed to Harry Potter's magical signature. From the shadow of a nearby pillar, Jean watched him do it. She pulled out a small notebook and wrote 3 words. Violation. Contact. Surveillance. Then she went to find Marceau. The afternoon brought Hermione's meeting with Marceau, which Harry attended. They met in Flitwick's expanded office, which had become the de facto ICW operations center. Marceau sat behind a desk covered in documents, her recording quill poised. Flitwick sat on his book stack. Jean stood by the door. Lindqvist was absent, still working with Neville. Hermione laid out her findings with the precision of a barrister and the passion of someone personally invested in the outcome. The sealed Potter will. The blocked vaults. The unauthorized proxy voting of the Potter-Wisengamot seats. The Volkov precedent. The implications of Article 42 for voiding Dumbledore's guardianship actions. Marceau listened without interrupting. When Hermione finished, the chief investigator was quiet for a long moment, reviewing her notes. "Miss Granger," Marceau said. "How old are you?" 15. "You've produced more useful legal analysis in 12 hours than my office's research division typically generates in a week." It wasn't a compliment, it was an observation, stated with the same flat precision Marceau applied to everything. The Volkov precedent is directly applicable. Article 42 voids guardianship actions taken by a compromised guardian. This means Mr. Potter's placement with the Dursleys, the sealing of the Potter will, the blocking of the Potter vaults, and the assumption of Wisengamot proxy votes can all be legally challenged and reversed. "I want it done," Harry said. "It will be done. But the sequencing matters." Marceau pulled a document from the stack on her desk. "The hearing, the formal ICW proceeding against Dumbledore, is the fulcrum. If we void the guardianship actions before the hearing, Dumbledore's legal team will argue we've prejudiced the proceedings. If we wait until after the hearing, we have the weight of a formal ruling behind us. How long until the hearing? I'm pushing for next week. There will be resistance from the British establishment, they'll want to delay, to claim jurisdiction, to bury this in procedural challenges. But Article 7 mandates expedited proceedings for cases involving minors. Dumbledore's allies on the Wisengamot cannot override that. Dumbledore violated Marceau's no-contact order this afternoon, Harry said. In the Great Hall, in front of witnesses. Jean stepped forward and handed Marceau the notebook. He also placed a new monitoring charm keyed to Potter's signature. I observed and documented. Something cold flickered in Marceau's amber eyes. She read Zhang's notes, then set the notebook down with controlled precision. This accelerates the timeline. A no-contact violation is obstruction. A new surveillance charm, placed after formal restriction, is a separate criminal offense. She looked at Harry. I will be filing additional charges tonight. The hearing will be moved forward. 3 days. Can he be arrested? Hermione asked. Not yet. But he can be placed under formal magical restriction, a monitored limitation on his spellcasting within the castle. Or Jean will enforce it. Marceau paused. He will resist. He is the most powerful wizard in Britain and this is his castle. But the ICW charter is not a suggestion, and I did not come here to be intimidated by reputations. The meeting continued, details about the hearing format, witness lists, evidentiary standards. Harry listened and absorbed, but part of his attention was elsewhere. His magical awareness was spread through the castle, an ambient perception he was learning to maintain without conscious effort. He could feel the students in their common rooms, the professors in their offices. He could feel Neville with Lindqvist 3 floors down, his magical signature growing clearer and brighter as more bindings were removed. And he could feel Dumbledore. The old wizard was in his office, and his magic was active, not the passive glow of rest but the focused, complex patterning of someone casting multiple spells, layered, intricate. Communication magic, Harry thought. Dumbledore was reaching out, despite the restrictions. Making contacts. Building defenses. Marshalling resources for the fight he knew was coming. Harry mentioned this to Marceau. The chief investigator's expression didn't change, but her quill wrote 3 words on the charge sheet in front of her: continued obstruction. Documented. Let him make calls, Marceau said. Every contact he makes in violation of the restriction is another charge. Every ally he pulls in becomes a potential co-conspirator. She allowed herself a thin, sharp smile. In my experience, powerful men who feel threatened make the most useful mistakes. Evening came. Harry stood in the Gryffindor common room, staring out the window at the darkening grounds, and felt the world settle around him. The lake was a sheet of black glass. The forbidden forest was a dark mass against the purple sky. Somewhere out there, beyond the wards, beyond the mountains, Voldemort existed, a wound in the magical fabric of reality, held together by Horcruxes and hatred. Harry could feel the connection. The Horcrux in his scar, still present, still embedded, scheduled for removal but not yet addressed, pulsed faintly with the Dark Lord's distant emotions. But it was different now. Before the unbinding, the connection had been a two-way door through which Voldemort could push visions and pain. Now, with Harry's full magical power backing his occlumency, the door was reinforced, still there, but controlled. Harry could feel Voldemort's presence without being invaded by it. And something else. Something that had been hidden by the bindings and was now becoming clearer with every passing hour. The Horcrux was dying. Harry's magic, fully unleashed, was not compatible with the soul fragment. It was rejecting it, slowly, steadily, like a body rejecting a splinter. The dark magic that anchored the fragment to Harry's scar was eroding under the pressure of his natural magical signature, which was stronger, deeper, and fundamentally opposed to the parasitic intrusion. Lindqvist had estimated the fragment had been feeding on Harry's core for 14 years. Now the core was fighting back. Harry pressed his fingers to his scar. It was warm, but not with the usual sharp pain. Warm like an infection being burned away by a fever. "It'll be gone soon," he murmured. Even without the ritual. Behind him, Ron and Hermione sat on the common room sofa, heads together over Hermione's latest stack of research. They looked up at his words. "The Horcrux?" Hermione asked. "I can feel it weakening. My magic is eating it. Dissolving it. Like acid on," he paused, searching for the right image. "Like sunlight on frost." Hermione's expression cycled through fascination, relief, and academic hunger. "That's consistent with what I've read about magical cores and foreign intrusions. A sufficiently powerful core can reject parasitic magic without external intervention. It's just, no one's ever documented a core powerful enough to reject a Horcrux autonomously." "Document this one, then." She was already reaching for a notebook. The portrait hole opened and Neville climbed through, looking wrung out but fundamentally altered. His shoulders were back. His chin was up. And his eyes, always kind, always a little anxious, had gained a steadiness that hadn't been there before. "Lindqvist finished the behavioral bindings," Neville said. He crossed the room and dropped into an armchair. "All of them. The compulsions, the confidence suppressors, the talent blocks on herbology. Did you know someone specifically blocked my affinity for plant magic? Not just general suppression. A targeted block on the discipline I'm best at." "Let me guess," Ron said. "Dumbledore? And my grandmother, working together." Neville's voice was level, but his hands gripped the armchair's arms with white-knuckle force. "She wanted me weak. He wanted me irrelevant. So they took the thing I was best at and locked it away, and then they told me I wasn't good enough. Silence. There's something else, Neville said. He looked at Harry with an expression that combined determination with a vulnerability that was hard to meet. Lindqvist found something during the deep scan. Buried under everything else, right at the center of my core. A memory block. Old, placed right after my parents were attacked. Harry went still. A memory block. I was there, Harry. The night Bellatrix tortured my parents. I was in the room. I was 2 years old and I saw it happen, and someone, Dumbledore, blocked the memory. But not just the memory. Lindqvist said the block was anchored to my magical trauma response. When my parents were tortured, my magic reacted. Lindqvist said it was, he said, the magical surge from a 2-year-old witnessing that would have been extraordinary. And Dumbledore locked it away. Locked the memory and the magic together. Half my core has been trapped behind that block for 13 years. The implications of this spiraled outward in Harry's mind. Neville's parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, 2 of the most talented aurors of their generation, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. Their son, traumatized at 2 years old, his magic responding to the horror with a massive instinctive surge. And Dumbledore, arriving on the scene, finding a magically explosive toddler and an inconvenient witness, and choosing not to comfort or heal but to bind. Lock the memory. Lock the magic. Make the boy small and harmless and forgettable. The memory block, Harry said carefully. Can it be removed? Lindqvist says yes. But the magic trapped behind it is, Neville swallowed. He compared it to a dam. 13 years of pressurized magical energy. When it comes down, it'll be like your unbinding, maybe bigger. He wants to do it in the room of requirement. When? Tomorrow. Neville's chin lifted. I'm not waiting either. Harry looked at Neville, really looked, with his full magical awareness, and saw the shape of what was locked inside his friend. A vast reservoir of power, compressed and dark with 13 years of pressure, straining against a wall that had been crumbling ever since the other bindings started coming off. Neville Longbottom was a dam about to break, and what was behind it was going to be something the wizarding world wasn't prepared for. 2 prophecy children. Both bound. Both suppressed. Both now breaking free. Harry wondered, with the cold clarity that was becoming his default state, whether Dumbledore had ever considered the possibility that both of them would come unchained at the same time. Whether his plans, his calculations, his greater good had ever accounted for the scenario where his weapons decided to stop being weapons and start being people. He suspected not. Men who built prisons rarely planned for the inmates running the yard. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. We'll be there. Neville nodded. He looked at Harry, at Ron, at Hermione, and something settled in his expression. Not peace, it was too early for peace, but solidity. Foundation. The knowledge that he was not alone in this. The fire crackled. The castle hummed. Outside, the wind picked up across the Scottish Highlands, and the ancient wards of Hogwarts sang their 1000-year song, and somewhere in the headmaster's tower, a very old man sat behind his desk and felt, for the first time in a very long time, the cold edge of consequences. And somewhere in the common room of Gryffindor Tower, 2 boys who had been made small sat among friends who had chosen them freely, and they were not small anymore, and they were not afraid, and the night settled around them like armor. Chapter 4, Goblin Memory. The morning began with a letter from Gringotts. Harry was halfway through his second plate of eggs when the owl arrived, not a school owl and not a Gringotts raven this time, but a massive eagle owl with feathers the color of burnished bronze and eyes like polished onyx. It landed in front of Harry with the imperious dignity of a creature that considered itself several orders of magnitude above the toast it was standing in, extended its leg, and waited. The scroll bore the Gringotts seal, a double-headed axe crossed over a key, pressed into wax so dark red it was nearly black. Harry cracked it open and read. Lord Potter, Gringotts Bank has been made aware through our internal liaison network that binding charms placed upon your person have been identified and are being removed under ICW authority. This development has triggered an automatic review of the Potter accounts under Goblin Financial Law, Section 9, Fraudulent Guardianship Provisions. Preliminary review has identified significant irregularities in the management of your estate, including but not limited to sealed vaults, redirected funds, suppressed inheritance claims, and an unauthorized magical guardianship filing that superseded the executed will of James Fremont Potter and Lily Evans Potter. Your presence is requested at Gringotts at your earliest convenience for a full inheritance audit and goblin diagnostic assessment. Director Ragnarok has taken personal oversight of your case. The nation remembers its debts. Griphook Senior Account Manager, Potter Accounts Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London. Harry read it twice, then passed it to Hermione, who read it once and went pale. Director Ragnarok, she whispered. Harry, that's the head of Gringotts. The actual head of the entire bank. He doesn't handle individual accounts. He manages the Goblin Nation's financial sovereignty. Apparently he's making an exception. The nation remembers its debts, Hermione read again. That's a formal phrase in gobbledygook diplomatic language. It means they consider themselves obligated to you. Harry, the goblins don't use that phrase lightly. They don't use it at all for wizards. Ron leaned over to read the letter. Lord Potter. They called you Lord Potter. The Potters are an ancient and most noble house. With the guardianship voided, or about to be, Harry's the legal head of the family. Hermione's mind was visibly racing. The goblins would have recognized at the moment the ICW investigation became official. Goblin law doesn't wait for wizard courts. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. I need to go to Gringotts. Today. Today. Before the hearing. Whatever Dumbledore's been doing with my family's assets, I want to know about it before I face him publicly. He found Flitwick after breakfast. The charms professor was in his office, deep in conversation with Marceau, and both looked up when Harry entered. Gringotts wants to see me, Harry said, placing the letter on the desk. Flitwick read it and something complicated crossed his face, pride, perhaps, or the particular satisfaction of a half-goblin watching his mother's people step into the fight. Director Ragnarok. That's significant, Harry. Ragnarok doesn't involve himself in wizard affairs unless the matter touches goblin honor directly. Binding a child's magic, Harry said. You told me what your mother's people call that. Soul murder. Yes. Flitwick's expression hardened. The goblins will consider what was done to you an offense against their own moral law, regardless of the fact that you're a wizard. If Ragnarok has taken personal oversight, it means the Goblin Nation is treating this as a matter of institutional concern, not just a banking issue. Can we go today? Flitwick looked at Marceau. The chief investigator considered briefly, then nodded. Go. Take Zhang as security escort. The hearing is in 2 days, whatever the goblins find will strengthen our case. Marceau paused. Be aware that Dumbledore may attempt to intercept. He has contacts at the Ministry who could make travel difficult. We won't be using the Ministry's FLU network, Flitwick said. He was already pulling on his dueling harness. I know another way. The other way turned out to be a tunnel. Flitwick led Harry, Zhang, and, at Harry's insistence, Hermione through a passage behind the tapestry of the Goblin Smith on the 2nd floor. It descended steeply through stone corridors that grew progressively older, the masonry shifting from medieval to something rougher, more ancient, carved rather than laid. Hogwarts was built on a site the goblins mined for centuries before the founders arrived, Flitwick said as they descended, his voice echoing off wet stone. The agreement that allowed the castle's construction included provisions for goblin access, tunnels connecting the Hogwarts foundations to the broader goblin transport network. Most wizards have forgotten they exist. The goblins haven't. The tunnel leveled out into a vast underground chamber lit by phosphorescent crystals embedded in the ceiling. At its center stood a stone arch inscribed with gobbledygook runes that glowed with a deep amber light. "Goblin Transit Gate," Flitwick said. "It'll take us directly to the deep levels of Gringotts. Faster than any flow and completely outside the Ministry's detection network." He spoke a phrase in gobbledygook, pressed his palm to the arch, and the runes flared. The air within the arch shimmered and solidified into something like liquid metal. "Step through. It's instantaneous." Harry stepped through and the world folded around him like a closing fist. There was no spinning, no squeezing, no nausea, just a moment of absolute compression followed by a sudden expansion, and he was standing in a chamber of black stone deep beneath London. The others came through behind him. Hermione stumbled slightly. The goblin transit was disorienting for those unused to it, but caught herself and immediately began examining the runes on the receiving arch with academic fascination. The chamber was circular, high-ceilinged, and unmistakably goblin-made. Every surface was carved with precision that no human hand could match, geometric patterns interlocking in layers that seemed to shift and reorganize as Harry watched. The air smelled of metal and deep earth and old magic. A goblin waited for them. He was taller than most goblins Harry had seen, nearly 4 feet, with a sharp, angular face and eyes like chips of black diamond. He wore armor. Not ceremonial armor. Combat armor, dark metal etched with runes, the kind that had seen use and bore the marks of it. "Professor Flitwick," the goblin said. His voice was deep, resonant, carrying none of the subservient hiss that Gringotts tellers affected when dealing with wizard customers. "The director is expecting you." "Blood Fawn." Flitwick inclined his head with a formality Harry had never seen from him. "It's been too long." "Not long enough, cousin." But the goblin's thin mouth twitched in what might have been a smile. He turned to Harry, and the almost smile vanished. His black eyes studied Harry with an intensity that made Flitwick's diagnostic scan feel casual. "Harry Potter," Bloodfong said. "You feel different from what the reports described. The bindings are off." "Not all of them. I can feel the Horcrux." Bloodfang's nostrils flared as though smelling something rotten. "And something else. Deeper." The inherited bindings Lindqvist identified, the ones of goblin origin. "Those are old. Very old. And they are not what your healer thinks they are." Harry's attention sharpened. "What do you mean?" "Director Ragnarok will explain. Follow me." They followed Bloodfong through corridors that descended deeper into the earth, passing through chambers of increasing grandeur and security. Each transition point was guarded, goblin warriors in full battle armor, armed with weapons that hummed with enchantments Harry's expanded awareness could now perceive in extraordinary detail. The deeper they went, the more Harry could feel the weight of goblin magic around him, ancient, dense, structured in ways that were fundamentally different from wizard magic. Where wizard enchantments were melodic, flowing, almost organic, goblin magic was geometric, crystalline, built in interlocking layers of mathematical precision. It was beautiful in a way that wizard magic wasn't. Hermione was practically vibrating with intellectual excitement beside him. They reached a door of solid mithril, 20 feet tall, inscribed with runes that Harry could now read, not because he knew gobbledygook, but because the talent block on ancient runes had been removed and his intuitive understanding of runic systems had awakened. The runes said, "Truth requires no permission." The door opened. The chamber beyond was the most impressive room Harry had ever seen, and he lived in a magical castle. It was carved from a single massive geode, walls of dark amethyst crystal that caught and multiplied the light from floating orbs of amber fire. The ceiling was a dome of natural crystal formations, each one singing a faint note that combined into a harmony that resonated in Harry's bones. At the center of the room stood a stone table, ancient beyond reckoning, and behind it sat a goblin who made every other goblin Harry had ever met look like a bank clerk. Director Ragnarok was old. Not aged in the way of human elders, no frailty, no diminishment, but old in the way of mountains. His face was a landscape of sharp plains and deep lines, and his eyes were gold. Not amber, not yellow. Gold, like molten metal, radiating intelligence and authority and a patience that could outlast civilizations. He wore no armor. He needed none. The magic that surrounded him was so dense and powerful that Harry's awareness registered him as a fixed point in reality, immovable, absolute, the center around which the rest of the room oriented itself. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said. His voice filled the crystal chamber without echo, each word placed with the precision of a master jeweler setting stones. "Sit." Harry sat. Not because the word commanded it, though it did, but because he recognized power when he felt it, and Ragnarok was the first being he'd encountered since his unbinding whose magical presence rivaled what Harry now carried. Respect was appropriate. Flitwick, Hermione, and Jean took seats along the wall. Bloodfang stood behind Ragnarok with his hands clasped at his back. "I have read the ICW report," Ragnarok said. "I have reviewed the diagnostic findings. And I have conducted my own investigation into the Potter accounts, which has revealed irregularities that, under Goblin law, constitute acts of financial warfare against a client nation." "Client nation?" Harry asked. "The Potters have banked with Gringotts for 900 years. In Goblin reckoning, a relationship of that duration creates obligations that transcend individual transactions. Your family is not merely an account. Your family is an ally of the Goblin nation, and what has been done to you is an offense against that alliance." Ragnarok placed his hand flat on the stone table, and the surface lit up. Lines of golden light traced patterns across it, maps, documents, family trees, financial records, all projected from the stone in three-dimensional arrays of Goblin magic. "Let us begin with what was stolen from you." The first display showed the Potter family vaults. Not vaults. Harry had known about his trust vault, the one he'd visited with Hagrid at 11, filled with gold that had seemed like a fortune to a boy from a cupboard under the stairs. He had not known about the others. There were 7 vaults in total. The trust vault was the smallest, seated with a modest allowance from the main family vault. The main vault, Vault 687, contained the bulk of the Potter fortune, gold, artifacts, documents, heirlooms accumulated over 9 centuries of a wealthy, prominent magical family. 4 additional vaults held specific collections, a library vault containing thousands of books and manuscripts, an artifact vault, a property deed vault, and a vault that Ragnarok simply called the War Chest. The 7th vault was sealed. Its contents were listed as classified, bloodline access only. Total liquid assets across the accessible vaults, as of the last legitimate audit conducted before your parents' deaths, amounted to approximately 47 million galleons, Ragnarok said. Adjusted for investment returns over 14 years, the current value should be approximately 62 million. Harry heard Hermione make a small strangled sound behind him. "The actual current balance," Ragnarok continued, "is 31 million. The number hung in the air. 31 million galleons was still an obscene fortune by any standard, but the gap, 31 million missing from a 62 million portfolio, was the kind of discrepancy that started wars. "Where did it go?" Harry asked. Ragnarok's golden eyes glittered. "Albus Dumbledore, acting as your magical guardian, authorized withdrawals and transfers totaling approximately 28 million galleons over 14 years. 3 million is accounted for through investment losses attributable to deliberate mismanagement of your portfolio, investments directed into failing ventures controlled by Dumbledore's associates." The financial records expanded across the table's surface. Lines of gold traced transaction after transaction. Withdrawals authorized by Dumbledore's signature. Transfers to accounts belonging to the Order of the Phoenix, which, Harry realized with cold fury, was not a legal entity and therefore couldn't be audited by the ministry. Payments to individuals, Mundungus Fletcher. Arabella Figg. Names Harry recognized and names he didn't. A regular monthly stipend to Severus Snape, marked as consulting fees, that had been running for 14 years. Snape had been paid. From Harry's vault. While adding bindings to Harry's mind. "The sealed will," Harry said. His voice was very controlled. Ragnock waved his hand and a document materialized above the table, a scroll of heavy parchment bearing the Potter family seal and two signatures Harry recognized from the Mirror of Erist, James Potter's angular scrawl and Lily Potter's neat, precise hand. The last will and testament of James and Lily Potter, executed 3 months before their deaths, filed with Gringotts as per standard practice for ancient and noble houses. The will was sealed by order of Albus Dumbledore, acting in his capacity as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, on November 2, 1981, one day after their deaths. Before anyone could read it, Hermione said from behind Harry. Before anyone could read it, Ragnock confirmed. The stated reason for the seal was national security concerns related to ongoing Death Eater trials. The actual reason, his lip curled, revealing teeth that were sharper than any human's. The actual reason becomes clear when you read the contents. The will's text expanded in golden light above the table. Harry read it. The last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter was not a long document. It was direct, clear, and devastating. Guardianship of Harry James Potter, in the event of both parents' deaths, was designated in the following order: first, Sirius Orain Black. Second, Alice and Frank Longbottom. Third, Remus John Lupin. Fourth, Minerva McGonagall. Under no circumstances was Harry to be placed with Petunia Dursley, née Evans, whom the will specifically named and excluded with the notation, Petunia's hostility toward magic and toward Lily specifically makes her an unsuitable guardian. Harry must be raised in the magical world. Dumbledore was not named as guardian. Dumbledore was not named at all. The will also specified that the Potter estate was to be managed by Gringotts directly, with no wizard intermediary, until Harry reached his majority. It designated the Potter Wizengamot seats to be held in trust by the Goblin Nation, not voted by proxy, until Harry was old enough to claim them. Every single provision of the will had been violated. Harry read it 3 times. He read his mother's handwriting, the careful, precise letters, the specific exclusion of Petunia, the clear instruction that he be raised in magic, and he thought about the cupboard under the stairs. The bars on his window. Dudley's second bedroom. The cold, the hunger, the feeling of being unwanted that had shaped the first 11 years of his life. All of it unnecessary. All of it orchestrated. Sirius was innocent, Harry said. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. He never got a trial. He was sent to Azkaban without a trial, and no one ever looked at the will that would have made him my guardian. Correct. Had the will been executed, Black's guardianship claim would have triggered a legal review of his case. As first-named guardian, he was entitled to a full Wizengamot trial before any criminal proceedings could remove his guardianship rights. Ragnock's golden eyes met Harry's green ones. The will was sealed specifically to prevent this. Dumbledore sent Sirius to Azkaban. Harry's magic surged. The crystal walls of the chamber hummed in response, and the floating orbs of amber fire brightened until the room blazed. Hermione flinched. Flitwick's hand went to his wand. Bloodfong shifted his weight but didn't draw a weapon. Ragnock didn't move at all. He sat in his stone chair and weathered Harry's magical pressure the way a cliff weathers a wave. "Your anger is justified," Ragnock said. "Channel it." Harry breathed. The light dimmed. The crystals settled. But the fury didn't fade, it compressed, became denser, harder, more useful. A weapon held in reserve rather than a weapon discharged. "There's more," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "There is more. The inherited bindings." Ragnock stood, and despite being less than 4 feet tall, the motion commanded absolute attention. He came around the table and stood before Harry, close enough that his golden eyes were level with Harry's seated ones. "Your ICW healer identified 14 bindings of goblin origin on your magical core. He classified them as inherited, passed down through the Potter bloodline. He was half right. Half. They are not bindings. They are seals. And they were not placed by goblins to restrain. They were placed by goblins to protect. Ragnar raised his hand and Harry felt something stir inside him, deeper than any of the bindings Lindqvist had removed, deeper than anything the diagnostic scans had reached. A resonance, like a tuning fork struck in the pit of his soul. 900 years ago, Ragnar said, the Potter family entered into a pact with the Goblin Nation. The details of that pact are sealed in Vault 7, the Bloodline Vault. But I can tell you what the seals are, because I helped maintain them. You maintained, how old are you? Old enough. Ragnar's thin mouth twitched. The seals protect a magical inheritance that is passed through the Potter bloodline, an ability that, if it awakened without preparation, could overwhelm the host. The seals are designed to release gradually, in response to the host's magical maturity. They should have begun releasing when you turned 11. They should have been half open by now. But the binding charms, Dumbledore's bindings interfered with the seal's release mechanism. The seals read your magical core as too suppressed, too weak, and refused to open into what they perceived as an inadequate vessel. They locked down further to protect you from an awakening your bound core couldn't survive. Ragnar's expression was grim. Now that the bindings are gone, the seals are confused. Your core is strong enough, more than strong enough, but the release schedule has been disrupted. They need to be manually recalibrated. What inheritance? Harry asked. Ragnar walked to the mithril door at the far side of the chamber. He placed both hands against it and spoke a long phrase in gobbledygook, and the runes on the door blazed gold. The metal melted away, revealing a corridor that descended into darkness. Come, Ragnar said. It's time you saw what your family left you. Vault 7 was not like any vault Harry had visited in Gringotts. There was no cart ride, no key, no lock. The vault existed in a space that felt adjacent to reality rather than part of it, a pocket carved into the magical substrate beneath London by goblin artificers using techniques that predated Hogwarts by centuries. The door to Vault 7 was a slab of stone so old it had worn smooth. There was no handle, no keyhole, no visible mechanism. Ragnar gestured to it and stepped back. Bloodline access only. Place your hand on the stone. Harry touched the door. His magic connected with something inside it, a recognition protocol, ancient and patient, that had been waiting for a Potter to come calling. It tasted his magical signature, probed it, found it genuine, and the stone dissolved like mist. The chamber beyond was small, barely larger than a bedroom, and it contained three things. The first was a pedestal of black stone on which rested a ring. Simple, unadorned, made of a metal that shifted between silver and gold depending on the angle. Harry's magical awareness told him the ring was the most enchanted object he'd ever encountered, layers upon layers of magic so dense they were almost solid, woven together with the interlocking precision of goblin craftsmanship and something else, something older. The second was a book. Thick, leather-bound, the cover inscribed with a single rune that Harry's newly awakened runic understanding translated as truth. The third was a mirror. Full length, standing in a frame of dark wood, its surface not reflective but opaque, a sheet of white fog that swirled with slow, hypnotic patterns. Ragnar stood at the threshold. He did not enter. The vault is yours. What it contains is yours. The ring is the Potter family ring. It will recognize you as head of house and activate the Wisengamot seats, the property wards, and the bloodline protections. The book is a record of your family's history as maintained by the Goblin Nation. And the mirror, he paused. Something in his expression shifted, the ancient, immovable composure cracking just slightly. The mirror is a message. Left by your parents. Harry's breath stopped. The Potters were among the few wizard families who understood goblin memory craft. Your parents commissioned the mirror before they went into hiding. It contains preserved imprints of their consciousness, not ghosts, not portraits. Something more complete. They will know you. They will be able to speak with you, respond to you, as they were on the day the imprints were made. Harry stared at the mirror. His magic was trembling, not surging, not lashing out, just trembling, the way hands tremble when they're reaching for something they're afraid to touch. "I'll be outside," Ragnar said quietly, and the door reformed behind Harry, leaving him alone. He stood in the vault for a long time. The ring glowed softly on its pedestal. The book waited. The mirror swirled. Then he walked to the mirror and placed his hand on its surface. The fog cleared instantly. The white opacity became transparency, and through the glass, Harry saw them. James Potter stood with his arm around Lily Potter's waist. They were young, God, they were young, barely older than the 7th years Harry saw in the Hogwarts corridors every day. James had Harry's messy black hair and the same jaw, the same build, the same way of standing that was half confidence and half readiness. Lily had Harry's eyes, green, bright, fierce, set in a face that was beautiful and determined and afraid. They could see him. The imprints focused, oriented, recognized, and Lily Potter's hand came up to press against the glass from the other side, her fingertips aligning with Harry's. "Harry," she said. Her voice was clear through the mirror, warm and real and cracking with emotion. "Oh, Harry. Look at you." Harry couldn't speak. His throat had closed. 15 years of missing them, of staring at the mirror of Eriste, of looking at old photographs, of carrying the Patronus that was his father's shape, compressed into this moment, and he couldn't make a sound. "You look like me," James said, and his voice was exactly what Harry had imagined it would be, light, warm, carrying an undertone of humor even in the middle of devastating emotion. "Poor kid. Got my hair and everything." "He has my eyes," Lily said, and she was crying, tears running down her face even as she smiled. "James, he has my eyes." "I know," James said softly. He was looking at Harry with an expression of such raw love that it hurt to see. "We know, son. We know what happened. The mirror, it's connected to our family magic. We've been aware, even if we couldn't reach you. We know about the bindings. We know about Dumbledore. We know about the Dursleys." Lily's expression shifted. The tears didn't stop, but something harder formed beneath them. "We know about Petunia. We specifically excluded her. We wrote it into the will." "I read the will," Harry managed. His voice came out rough and broken. "Today. The goblins showed me." "Good." James's face had gone fierce. "The goblins are the only ones who honored our wishes. Every wizard institution failed you, but the goblins kept our vault, our will, our legacy intact. Remember that. Dad." The word felt foreign and precious in Harry's mouth. "Dad, there's so much I need to, we have time," Lily said. "The mirror will work as long as the vault exists. We're not going anywhere." "But Harry," she leaned closer to the glass. "Listen to me. The ring. Put on the ring." Harry looked at the pedestal. The ring gleamed, shifting colors. "The Potter family ring carries the bloodline inheritance," James said. "It's been waiting for you. When we made the pact with the goblins, our ancestors, 900 years ago, they created the ring as a vessel. It holds the accumulated magical knowledge of every Potter who's worn it. Not just memories. Understanding. Instinct. When you put it on, you'll have access to 9 centuries of magical experience. It's the inheritance the seals were protecting," Lily added. "The seals keep it dormant until the wearer is ready. You're ready, Harry. More than ready." Harry walked to the pedestal. The ring seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. He picked it up, it was warm, alive, thrumming with contained magic, and slid it onto his right ring finger. The world went white. Not painful white. Not the blinding, disorienting flash of an attack or a portkey. A white like sunrise, like clarity, like the first breath after surfacing from deep water. Magic poured into Harry, not power, he had enough of that, but knowledge. Understanding. The accumulated wisdom of generations of potters, preserved in goblin-crafted enchantments, flowing into his mind like water filling a vessel that was exactly the right shape to receive it. He understood wards. Not the theoretical understanding of a textbook, but the deep, intuitive comprehension of someone who had built and broken wards for centuries. He understood dueling, not Flitwick's competition style, but the brutal, efficient combat magic of a family that had fought in every wizarding war for 900 years. He understood politics, finance, law, strategy. He understood the magical world not as a student but as a lord, someone for whom the institutions and traditions were tools to be used, not mysteries to be navigated. And he understood the Potter family's specific magical gift. Mage sight. The ability to see magic itself, not as an overlay on normal vision, not as a vague sense or intuition, but as a primary mode of perception. Every enchantment, every ward, every binding, every magical signature rendered in perfect clarity. The ability to see the structure of a spell in flight and understand how to unravel it. The ability to look at a magical construct, any construct, no matter how complex, and perceive its architecture the way a master builder perceives a cathedral. Harry had been experiencing a crude version of this since his unbinding, the ability to feel the castle's magic, to sense magical signatures, to perceive the bindings on his core. That had been the mage sight trying to emerge through the suppression, leaking around the edges of Dumbledore's bindings like light through cracks in a wall. Now the wall was gone. Harry opened his eyes, he hadn't realized he'd closed them, and the world was remade. The vault blazed. Every enchantment on every surface was visible, intricate, magnificent. The goblin craftwork on the walls was a symphony of interlocking geometric patterns, each one a functional ward contributing to the vault's security. The mirror where his parents stood was a masterpiece of soul magic and goblin artifice, its structure so elegant it made him want to weep. The ring on his finger connected him to the vault and through the vault to Gringotts and through Gringotts to the ley lines that networked beneath Britain like veins beneath skin. He could see everything. He could see how everything worked. And he understood that this sight, this understanding, was what Dumbledore had kept from him. Not just power. Perspective. The ability to look at the magical world and see it truly, without illusion, without deception, without the comfortable fog of ignorance. There he is, James said from the mirror. Pride blazed in his voice like a bonfire. There's my son. Harry turned to face his parents. Through the mage sight, the mirror's imprints were even more vivid, he could see the magical structures that preserved their consciousness, the sophisticated enchantments that allowed genuine interaction rather than simple recording. They were not alive. But they were the closest thing to alive that magic could make, and they were his, and no one had told him they existed. The book, Lily said gently. Read it when you can. It has the full history of the pact with the goblins, the mage sight lineage, everything you need to understand where you come from. She paused. And Harry, Dumbledore knew. About the vault. About the ring. About the mage sight. He sealed the will specifically to prevent you from claiming your inheritance. He needed you blind. I'm not blind anymore, Harry said. His voice was steady. His eyes were dry. The fury was still there, vast, compressed, patient, but layered over it now was something more useful, complete, crystalline understanding of exactly what had been done to him and exactly how to make it right. He touched the mirror one more time, pressing his palm flat against the glass. His mother's hand aligned with his from the other side. I'll come back, he said. I'll come back and we'll talk properly. There's so much I want to, we know, Lily said. Go. You have work to do. We'll be here. Give them hell, son, James said, grinning, and the mirror fogged over, returning to its swirling white opacity. Harry picked up the book, tucked it under his arm, and walked to the vault door. It dissolved at his touch. Ragnarok was waiting. The director took one look at Harry, at his eyes, which now carried a faint luminous quality, a hint of gold behind the green, and nodded slowly. The mage sight has awakened. Yes. Then you see us as we are. Harry looked at Ragnarok with the mage sight fully engaged and saw the goblin truly for the first time. The magical signature that surrounded the director was immense, ancient, structured, geometric, a fortress of accumulated power and knowledge that made Dumbledore's golden bonfire look like a parlor trick. Ragnarok was not merely old. Ragnarok was a repository of goblin magic stretching back millennia, and his power was not diminished by age but refined by it. I see you, Harry said. And I understand why my family trusted your people. Something shifted in Ragnarok's golden eyes. Not emotion, goblins didn't display emotion the way humans did, but a deepening of regard. A recognition of equals, or something approaching it. The inherited seals, Ragnarok said. Now that the mage sight is active, they'll release on their own. The ring serves as both key and guide. You won't need our intervention. Thank you, Director. Don't thank me. Honor the pact. Your family has been allies of the nation for 9 centuries. I expect the 10th century to be no different. Ragnarok paused. And Potter, when you face Dumbledore at the hearing, look at him with the mage sight. See what he truly is beneath the twinkle. It will be instructive. They returned to Hogwarts through the Goblin Transit Gate, emerging in the underground chamber beneath the castle. Hermione hadn't said a word since they'd left the vault. She'd waited outside with Jean and Flitwick, and when Harry emerged wearing the ring and carrying the book, her eyes had gone wide and stayed wide. Now, walking through the tunnel back up to the castle, she broke. Harry, your eyes. There's gold in them. And your magical signature, I can't see magic the way Professor Flitwick can, but I can feel it. You feel different. Again. More different than yesterday. The words were tumbling out in a particular Hermione cadence that meant her brain was processing at full speed and her mouth was trying to keep up. The ring, is that the Potter family ring? Is it true about the bloodline inheritance? What did the mirror show you? What's mage sight? Can you actually see magical structures? Can you see mine? What do I look like? Harry laughed. It was the first real, full laugh he'd produced since the unbinding, the kind that came from genuine amusement rather than social reflex, and it startled everyone in the tunnel, including himself. Breathe, Hermione. I am breathing. I'm breathing and asking questions. What's mage sight? Harry looked at her. Really looked, with the mage sight, and saw Hermione Granger as she truly was. Her magical signature was remarkable. Not in raw power, though she was considerably above average, but in structure. Hermione's magic was organized with a precision that bordered on mathematical. Every spell she'd ever learned was catalogued and cross-referenced in her magical signature like books in a perfectly maintained library. Her core burned with a clean, bright flame that was all discipline and focus and ferocious intellectual energy. And woven through it, like golden threads through silk, was something Harry hadn't expected. An intuitive magical gift that Hermione herself probably didn't know she had, suppressed not by bindings but by her own rigid adherence to textbook methodology. You're brilliant, Harry said. Magically, I mean. But you're holding yourself back. You think magic is academic, formulas and theory and correct wand movements. It's not. Magic is alive. And yours wants to be let off the leash. Hermione stared at him. Her mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. We're going to have a very long conversation about this, she said finally. After the hearing. They emerged into the castle. It was late afternoon, they'd been at Gringotts for hours, and the light through the corridor windows was the deep gold of approaching evening. Harry's mage sight showed him the castle's wards in their full splendor, every layer of protection and enchantment visible as a web of colored light that wrapped the entire structure. And in that web, he saw something new. Dark threads. Thin, subtle, threaded through the ward structure like black wires in a golden net. They led from the headmaster's tower downward through the castle, touching certain corridors, certain classrooms, certain dormitories. Monitoring enchantments. Tracking spells. Control nodes that gave Dumbledore fine-grained awareness of everything that happened within the castle's walls. Harry had known, intellectually, that Dumbledore monitored the castle. Every headmaster did. But the mage sight showed him the scope of it, how deep the monitoring went, how invasive it was, how many of the threads were recent additions placed in violation of Marceau's restrictions. He also saw something the monitoring threads converged on. A node in the ward structure on the 7th floor, near the headmaster's office, where dozens of dark threads came together in a complex knot. A control point. If Dumbledore activated it, he could use the monitoring network not just to observe but to act, lock doors, redirect staircases, manipulate the castle's magic to constrain or contain anyone within its walls. The castle had a kill switch. And Dumbledore held it. "Professor Flitwick," Harry said. "Yes. I can see the wards. All of them. Including the monitoring network Dumbledore's been building." Flitwick stopped walking. "You can see everything. And there's a control node on the 7th floor that links the whole network together. If he activates it, he can use the castle against us." Flitwick's expression went very still. "Show me." Harry described what he saw, the dark threads, their routing, the central node's location and structure. Flitwick listened with the focused intensity of a master craftsman hearing his craft described at a level of detail he couldn't personally perceive. "The monitoring network I knew about, partially," Flitwick said. "Every headmaster adds some surveillance. But a centralized control node with active capability? That's not monitoring. That's a weapon system. Can we disable it?" Flitwick's eyes glittered. "I'm a charms master, Harry. Give me the structural details and I can unpick any enchantment ever woven." He paused. "But not before the hearing. If we dismantle it now, Dumbledore will know we found it, and he'll improvise. Better to let him think his contingency is intact." Harry nodded. The strategic thinking came naturally now, the ring's accumulated wisdom informing his instincts, 9 centuries of Potter political experience shaping his approach. Don't reveal your advantages. Let your opponent rely on systems you've already mapped. Strike when the moment maximizes impact. "The hearing is tomorrow," Harry said. "Day after tomorrow," Flitwick corrected. "No. Tomorrow." Harry's voice carried a new authority, not arrogance, not bravado, but the quiet certainty of someone who could see the board clearly and knew the right move. Marceau was going to push it forward because of Dumbledore's violations. "I want it moved to tomorrow. Every hour we wait is an hour Dumbledore has to build defenses, contact allies, manufacture narratives. We have the evidence. We have the legal authority. We have the truth." He paused. "And now I have the mage sight, which means I can look at every person in that hearing room and see exactly who's been enchanted, compelled, or bound." Flitwick considered this. Then he smiled, the sharp, fierce smile of the dueling champion, and started walking faster. "Let's go talk to Marceau." Evening. Gryffindor Tower. The common room was crowded with students doing homework, playing chess, gossiping about the ICW presence in the castle. Harry sat by the fire with the Potter family book open on his lap, reading his family's history by firelight while his friends gathered around him. Ron was playing chess against himself, a habit he fell into when processing difficult emotions, and winning on both sides. Hermione had commandeered an entire table and was building a legal brief for Marceau's team, cross-referencing ICW case law with British magical statutes with a speed that would have embarrassed most professional advocates. Neville sat quietly in an armchair, a potted plant in his lap, and Harry watched through the mage sight as Neville's newly awakened magic flowed into the plant like sunlight. The plant was growing visibly, leaves unfurling, stems strengthening, tiny flowers budding and opening in real time. Neville's affinity for herbology, unbound, was extraordinary. "I can feel them growing," Neville said quietly, not looking up. "Every cell. Every root. It's like they're talking to me. They probably are, Harry said. Magic of your level, the plants are responding to your signature. You're not just growing them. You're communicating. Neville's hand stilled on the pot. He looked at Harry with an expression of such wonder that it hurt to see, because the wonder was tangled with grief for all the years he'd been denied this. The portrait hole opened and Ginny Weasley climbed through, spotted their group, and walked over with the particular determination that characterized everything she did. She stood in front of Harry with her arms crossed and her brown eyes sharp. Everyone's talking about you, she said. Half the school thinks you've gone dark. The other half thinks you're some kind of chosen one, more than usual, I mean. Malfoy's telling everyone his father's going to have the ICW expelled from Britain. And Dumbledore held a staff meeting tonight that McGonagall walked out of. She sat down uninvited on the arm of Harry's chair. Tell me what's actually happening. Harry looked at her. The mage sight showed him Ginny's magical signature, bright, fierce, edged with something dark and scarred from her first year and the diary. The scarring was old, partially healed, but present. Tom Riddle had left marks on her magic the way he'd left marks on Harry's. She deserved the truth. She'd carried a piece of Voldemort's soul at 11 years old and never gotten a proper explanation for what had been done to her. He told her. The abbreviated version, Bindings, Dumbledore, ICW, hearing tomorrow. Ginny listened without interrupting, her expression growing progressively more still, and when he finished, she was quiet for a long time. The diary, she said. First year. Dumbledore knew what it was. He knew what it did to me. He looked at me afterward and said I'd been very brave and that I should try to put it behind me. Her voice was flat. He never checked. Never scanned me for residual dark magic. Never offered treatment. Never explained what a Horcrux was or what it had done to my magical core. No, Harry said. He didn't. Ginny's magic flared. Not catastrophically, she didn't have Harry's raw power, but the burst of magical anger was sharp enough to make Ron look up from his chess game and Hermione pause in her writing. Right, Ginny said. She stood up, smoothed her robes, and looked Harry dead in the eye. What do you need? At the hearing? Nothing yet. But afterward, I mean now. Tonight. What do you need tonight? Harry thought about it. He thought about the hearing tomorrow, about facing Dumbledore in a formal setting, about the weight of everything he'd learned and everything that was still to come. Company, he said. Just, company. People I trust. Ginny nodded. She sat back down on the arm of his chair, close enough that her shoulder brushed his, and pulled out a charms textbook. Then I'm studying here tonight. Someone quiz me on summoning charms. The evening settled. The fire crackled. Harry read the Potter family book and learned about ancestors who had fought in Goblin Wars and Wizard Wars and the spaces between, who had carried the mage sight and used it to protect and build and, when necessary, destroy. He read about the pact with the Goblin Nation, a mutual defense agreement sealed in blood and magic, honored for 9 centuries by both sides, broken by neither. He read about his father. The book's final entries, made by Ragnarok's predecessor, described James Potter as reckless, brilliant, loyal to a fault, and in possession of the strongest mage sight the bloodline had produced in 3 generations. It described Lily as, not of the blood, but of the fire, a Muggleborn whose magical core burned with a purity that the ring recognized and honored. The ring had recognized Lily Potter. A Muggleborn. The goblin-crafted bloodline artifact, designed to respond only to Potter blood, had accepted her as an equal. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. It gleamed in the firelight, shifting between silver and gold. You chose well, Dad, he murmured. Across the common room, the fat lady's portrait cleared her throat loudly. Professor Flitwick requesting entry with a guest. The portrait hole opened and Flitwick came through, followed by Marceau. The chief investigator looked around the Gryffindor common room with the expression of someone cataloging an unfamiliar environment for strategic purposes, then focused on Harry. Tomorrow, Marceau said. The hearing is confirmed for 10 o'clock in the Great Hall. The ICW judiciary has approved an expedited timeline based on the additional charges, the contact violation and the ongoing surveillance. Dumbledore has been notified. She paused. He's retained counsel. Elphias Doge and Griselda Marchbanks. Both Wisengamot members. Both long-time allies. That's his defense team. Hermione looked up from her legal brief with the expression of a chess player who'd just seen her opponent's opening move and found it wanting. Doge is a loyalist with no trial experience. Marchbanks is an examiner, not an advocate. He's relying on reputation and political connections, not legal argument. Which means he expects to win on those grounds, Marceau said. He expects that his name, his record, his status as the defeater of Grindelwald will carry more weight than the evidence against him. He is, I believe, miscalculating. Her amber eyes found Harry. Be ready, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow you will need to testify. You will need to be precise, controlled, and honest. And you will need to be prepared for the possibility that Dumbledore will say things designed to make you sympathize with him. He is, by all accounts, extraordinarily persuasive. Harry looked at Marceau through the mage sight and saw her for what she was, a woman whose magical signature was structured like a fortress, layered with defenses and convictions so deeply held they had become part of her magical identity. She was not powerful in the way Dumbledore or Ragnarok was powerful. She was powerful in the way a blade is powerful, sharp, precise, designed for a single purpose and perfected through use. I'll be ready, Harry said. Marceau nodded. She turned to leave, then stopped. Mr. Longbottom. Your case will be addressed at the hearing as well. Be prepared to testify. Neville looked up from his plant. His face was pale but his eyes were steady. I'll be there. Marceau and Flitwick left. The common room settled back into its evening rhythms. But something had shifted, an anticipation, a gathering of forces, the held breath before a storm breaks. Harry closed the Potter family book and looked at his friends. Ron, still playing chess, but his jaw set with determination. Hermione, buried in legal texts, building the case that would shake the wizarding world. Neville, growing flowers with his bare magic, no longer the boy who couldn't remember the password. Ginny, studying charms with fierce concentration, carrying her own scars, choosing to be here. Tomorrow, he would face the man who had chained him. He would stand in the great hall where he'd first been sorted, where he'd fought a troll and learned he had friends, where he'd watched the enchanted ceiling and felt, for the first time, that he belonged somewhere, and he would demand an accounting. He would do it not as the boy who lived. Not as a weapon, not as a pawn, not as a symbol. As Harry Potter. Unbound. Unsealed. Eyes open. Let the old man bring his allies and his arguments and his greater good. Harry had the truth, and the truth had gold-edged vision, and tomorrow it would see everything. Chapter 5, The Trial of Small Mercies. Harry woke on the morning of the hearing and the castle was holding its breath. He could feel it, the ancient magic in the walls pulled taut, the wards vibrating at a higher frequency than normal, the portraits unusually still in their frames. Hogwarts knew what was coming. The castle had witnessed 1,000 years of conflicts, trials, celebrations, and catastrophes within its walls, and it recognized the particular tension that preceded a reckoning. Harry dressed carefully. Not in school robes, Flitwick had advised against it, and the logic was sound. School robes marked him as a student, a child, someone under institutional authority. Today he needed to be something else. Hermione had transfigured a set of formal robes from his wardrobe the night before, working with a precision that surprised both of them. The result was simple, well-cut, black with a subtle green trim at the collar that matched his eyes. On his right hand, the Potter family ring shifted between silver and gold, catching the early light. He looked in the mirror above his dormitory dresser. The face looking back at him was familiar and foreign at the same time. The scar was there, still faintly warm, the Horcrux continuing its slow dissolution under the pressure of his unleashed core. His eyes were green with that new hint of gold, the mage sight's physical signature. His jaw was set. His shoulders were back. He looked, he realized, like his father. But the eyes were his mother's, and the expression belonged to neither of them. It was entirely his own. Ron was already dressed, hovering near the door with the energy of someone who wanted to punch something but was trying to channel it constructively. Hermione's been in the common room since 5. She's rewritten the legal brief twice. I think she's on her 3rd pot of tea. Nervous? Furious. She does furious and prepared. It's her default setting. Ron straightened Harry's collar with a rough, brotherly gesture. You all right? Yeah. Harry meant it. The anxiety he'd expected, the churning stomach, the racing thoughts, wasn't there. In its place was something still and clear, like the surface of a deep lake. He knew what he had to do. He knew what was at stake. And he was no longer a boy who doubted himself, because the charms that had manufactured that doubt were gone. They went down to the common room. Hermione was indeed surrounded by parchment and empty teacups, her hair escaping its knot in wild corkscrews, her eyes bright with the particular fire of someone who had found every legal weapon available and sharpened them all to points. Neville sat across from her, eating toast someone had brought up from the kitchens, his round face composed. Ginny was on the sofa, legs drawn up, watching the fire. Morning, Harry said. Hermione looked up. Her gaze swept over him, the formal robes, the ring, the set of his jaw, and she nodded once. You look ready. I am. I need to give you something. She pulled a sheaf of parchment from her stack and handed it across. A summary of every legal point Marceau's team will be raising, cross-referenced with Dumbledore's most likely defenses. I've annotated the sections where your testimony will be most critical. Don't memorize it, just know the shape of the argument so you're not surprised by anything. Harry flipped through it. The document was meticulous, vintage Hermione, every angle covered, every counterargument anticipated. But what struck him was the final page, which wasn't legal analysis at all. It was a handwritten note in Hermione's neat script. Harry, you don't need to be perfect today. You don't need to be eloquent or strategic or impressive. You just need to be honest. The truth of what was done to you is more powerful than any legal argument I could construct. Trust that. We're with you. All of us. Harry folded the note and put it in his pocket. He didn't trust his voice, so he just looked at Hermione and let his expression say what words couldn't. She understood. She always understood. Let's go, he said. The great hall had been transformed. The 4 house tables were gone, replaced by a circular arrangement of tiered seating that reminded Harry of pictures he'd seen of the Wisengamot chamber. At the center of the circle was an open floor with 2 facing seats, witness chairs, he realized, positioned so that whoever sat in them would be visible from every angle. A raised platform at the north end of the hall held a long table with 5 chairs, already occupied by figures in ICW blue robes, the judicial panel. Marceau sat at a smaller table to the left of the central floor, her files arranged with military precision, her recording quill ready. Jean stood behind her in full combat posture, both wands visible. Lindfist sat beside Marceau, looking like he hadn't slept in a week but radiating quiet professional resolve. Across the floor, at the opposing table, Dumbledore sat flanked by Elphia's Doge and Griselda Marchbanks. The headmaster wore his most magnificent robes, deep purple embroidered with golden stars, the kind that made him look like a figure from legend rather than a defendant at a hearing. His silver beard was carefully arranged. His half-moon spectacles caught the light from the enchanted ceiling, which showed a sky of troubled gray. Harry paused at the entrance and looked at Dumbledore through the mage sight. The effect was immediate and devastating. Dumbledore's magical signature was, on the surface, everything legend claimed, golden, vast, warm, complex. The signature of the most powerful wizard in Britain, the defeater of Grindelwald, the headmaster of Hogwarts. It radiated benevolence like a sun radiates heat. But beneath the surface, the mage sight showed Harry the architecture. Dumbledore's magic was structured in layers, and the outer layer, the warm, grandfatherly glow, was a construct. A deliberately maintained enchantment, woven into his own signature, designed to project trustworthiness and authority. It was, Harry realized, essentially a permanent, passive compulsion effect. Not targeted at any individual, just broadcast, constantly, making everyone in Dumbledore's proximity slightly more inclined to trust, to defer, to believe. A lifetime of subtle magical manipulation so integrated into his identity that it probably felt natural to him. Beneath that outer layer, Dumbledore's actual magical signature was cold. Not evil, nothing so simple. Cold in the way that deep strategy is cold, the way a chess master's mind is cold when calculating sacrifices. There was genuine power there, genuine intelligence, genuine conviction. But the warmth was a mask, and the man beneath the mask was someone who had been making calculations about human lives for over a century and had long since stopped seeing them as anything but variables. Harry saw all of this in the space of a heartbeat. He filed it away and walked into the hearing. The tiered seating was filling rapidly. Hogwarts staff occupied one section, McGonagall stern-faced and rigid, Sprout pink-cheeked with visible distress, Vector and Sinistra whispering to each other, Hagrid enormous and bewildered in the back row. Snape's chair was empty. The greasy-haired potions master had not been seen in the castle for 2 days. Another section held officials who had arrived that morning, ministry representatives, Harry assumed, though Marceau's team had made clear they had no jurisdiction. Amelia Bones was there, head of the DMLE, her monocle glinting, her expression carefully neutral. Cornelius Fudge was conspicuously absent, but Percy Weasley sat in the back row with a clipboard and the anxious expression of a junior bureaucrat who knew he was out of his depth. The remaining seats held students, not all of them, but the older years, those who had been permitted to attend what Marceau had formally designated as a public hearing under ICW transparency provisions. Fred and George sat together, unnervingly still. Dean and Seamus were beside them. Luna Lovegood had materialized from somewhere and sat alone, watching everything with her wide, dreamy eyes. Harry walked to Marceau's table. Hermione followed and took a seat behind the table in the advisory position Marceau had approved. Ron, Neville, and Ginny sat in the front row of the student section directly behind them. All parties are present, the central figure on the judicial panel announced. She was an elderly witch with steel-gray hair and a voice like a gavel, Madame Adebayo, Chief Justice of the ICW Tribunal, who had port-keyed from Geneva that morning specifically for this hearing. This proceeding is convened under Article 7 of the International Statute of Magical Rights, case number ICW 2024-0731, regarding the discovery of illegal binding charms placed upon the minor Harry James Potter and the minor Neville Frank Longbottom. The investigating officer is Chief Investigator Adelaide Marceau. The accused is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. She looked at Dumbledore over the rim of her spectacles. Headmaster Dumbledore. You have been informed of the charges against you. How do you respond? Dumbledore rose. His movement was unhurried, graceful, carrying the weight of authority that a century of public life had accumulated. When he spoke, his voice was warm and measured and carried effortlessly to every corner of the hall. Madam Chief Justice. I acknowledge that I placed binding charms upon Harry Potter. I do not deny it. I placed them knowingly, deliberately, and with full awareness of their effects. He paused, letting that settle. I placed them because they were necessary to preserve his life and the lives of everyone in the magical world. And I am prepared to explain why. A murmur rippled through the hall. Harry felt the ambient magic in the room shift, Dumbledore's passive trust projection working on the audience, nudging them toward receptiveness. Most of them wouldn't even notice it happening. Harry noticed. And from the slight narrowing of Marceau's eyes, she noticed something too, not the mage sight level perception, but the instinctive awareness of a woman who had spent her career in rooms full of powerful people trying to manipulate outcomes. "The prosecution will present its case first," Adebayo said. "Chief Investigator Marceau." Marceau stood. Where Dumbledore projected warmth, Marceau projected precision, every word placed like a surgical instrument, every sentence constructed to build toward an inevitable conclusion. On the 12th of October, Professor Phileas Flitwick of Hogwarts School performed a diagnostic charm on the student Harry Potter during a routine charms lesson. The diagnostic, a specialized technique drawn from Goblin magical tradition, revealed the presence of binding charms on Mr. Potter's magical core. A subsequent comprehensive scan by ICW healer Anders Lindqvist confirmed the presence of 427 distinct binding structures. She let the number land. In the tiered seating, faces went pale. Amelia Bones's monocle fell from her eye. She caught it, replaced it, and leaned forward with predatory attention. These bindings fall into several categories. Marceau consulted her notes with the formality of someone who knew the information by heart but wanted every word on the record. 312 bear the magical signature of Albus Dumbledore. 61 bear the signature of the dark wizard styling himself Lord Voldemort. A collective flinch at the name. Marceau ignored it. 23 bear the signature of Severus Snape, Hogwarts potions master, placed during a clemency lessons conducted this academic year. The remainder are of various origins, including 14 of goblin origin that have been separately addressed. She paused. I will now detail the specific nature of the bindings placed by the accused. What followed was methodical, comprehensive, and devastating. Marceau went through the categories one by one. Magical core suppressors, charms that throttled Harry's raw magical output to a fraction of its natural capacity, placed beginning in infancy and reinforced annually. Talent blocks, targeted suppression of specific magical disciplines, including occlumency, wandless casting, transfiguration aptitude, and runic magic. Behavioral compulsions, and here Marceau's voice took on an edge that could have cut steel, including compliance charms that made the subject more likely to obey authority figures, loyalty binds keyed to specific individuals, emotional dampeners that reduced the intensity of anger and grief, and a self-preservation suppressant that reduced the subject's instinctive aversion to personal danger. I want to be very clear about this last category, Marceau said. She turned to face the audience directly. The accused placed a charm on a 15-month-old child that was specifically designed to make that child less inclined to protect his own life. This charm remained active for 14 years. During that time, Mr. Potter repeatedly engaged in life-threatening situations, confronting a mountain troll at age 11, entering the Chamber of Secrets at age 12, facing over 100 Dementors at age 13, competing in the Triwizard Tournament at age 14, and engaging the Dark Wizard Voldemort directly in combat. His apparent recklessness in these situations has been attributed by various sources to bravery, foolishness, or a saving people thing. Her lip curled. It was none of these. It was the direct result of magical tampering with his survival instincts. The hall was silent. Not the comfortable silence of an attentive audience but the stunned, airless silence of people confronting something too large to immediately process. Marceau continued. She detailed the Horcrux, the soul fragment in Harry's scar, its parasitic relationship with his magical core, and Dumbledore's decision to contain rather than remove it. She detailed the financial irregularities, the sealed will, the blocked vaults, the misappropriated funds. She detailed the unauthorized guardianship and the deliberate placement with the Dursley family in direct violation of the parents' explicit wishes. She detailed Neville. 163 bindings. 90 placed by Dumbledore. A boy systematically crippled to ensure he remained irrelevant. When she finished, the silence had acquired weight. It pressed down on the hall like a physical force. The prosecution calls Harry James Potter, Marceau said. Harry stood and walked to the witness chair at the center of the hall. Every eye in the room followed him. He sat down, and the chair's magic activated, a truth verification enchantment built into the seat that would detect deliberate falsehood. Harry felt it probe his intentions and found it almost quaint. His magic could have dismantled it without effort. He let it do its work. Marceau approached him. "Mr. Potter. In your own words, please describe your experience of the binding charms, both before and after their removal." Harry had thought about what to say. He'd considered being strategic, clinical, giving testimony that would build the legal case in all the right ways. He'd reviewed Hermione's notes, understood the key points, knew what the prosecution needed. Then he thought about his mother's note in the vault mirror, not Hermione's note, though that mattered too, but Lily Potter's fierce, tearful face, her hand pressed to the glass, her voice saying his name. He decided to just tell the truth. "I've always felt like something was wrong with me," Harry said. His voice was steady, clear, carrying to every seat without magical amplification. "Not wrong in a way I could point to. Just, heavy. Like I was wearing a coat I couldn't take off. Magic was hard when it should have been easy. I watched other students cast spells that I struggled with, and I assumed I just wasn't very talented. I assumed the reason everything felt like pushing through mud was because that's what magic felt like." He paused. The hall was utterly silent. "I didn't question it because I was charmed not to question it. I had compliance compulsions that made me accept what authority figures told me. I had emotional dampeners that prevented me from feeling the full extent of my own anger or grief. When adults made decisions about my life, decisions that hurt me, that put me in danger, that kept me in an abusive household, I went along with it because I was magically incapable of doing otherwise." He looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard met his gaze with that same expression of gentle, patient sorrow. Through the mage sight, Harry could see Dumbledore's passive trust projection working overtime, pushing calm and understanding into the ambient magical field. "Every summer, I went back to the Dursleys," Harry continued. "I was starved, locked in a cupboard, told I was a freak, told my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. I went back every year because there was a loyalty bind anchored to the concept of home that made me incapable of refusing. I thought I was being brave. I thought I was doing what needed to be done. I was being controlled." Molly Weasley, who Harry hadn't noticed in the audience, made a sound like something breaking. "When the bindings came off, when Healer Lindqvist removed the compulsions, I felt the difference immediately. It was like surfacing from water. Everything got clearer. Louder. More real. I could feel my own emotions for the first time without a filter. And what I felt was," he stopped. Breathed. "Fury. I felt fury, because I realized that the person I'd been for 15 years wasn't me. It was a version of me that someone else had designed. My personality, my responses, my instincts, my limitations, they were manufactured. I was manufactured." He looked at the judicial panel. At Adebayo, whose lined face was carved with controlled emotion. At the 4 other judges, each wearing expressions that ranged from horror to cold professional anger. "I'm not manufactured anymore," Harry said. "The bindings are off. My magic is my own. And I'm here to ask this tribunal to ensure that what was done to me is never done to anyone else." Marceau nodded. "Mr. Potter, can you describe the specific effects you experienced when the bindings were removed?" Harry described it. The explosion of sensation when the first compulsion came free. The overwhelming rush of emotion when the dampeners dissolved. The volcanic release of power when the core suppressors shattered. He described the mage sight awakening, the Potter inheritance, the discovery of his parents' mirror message in the Gringotts vault. He described feeling the castle's magic for the first time, hearing the song of the wards, sensing the web of monitoring enchantments Dumbledore had woven through Hogwarts. He did not describe his full capabilities. Not because he was hiding, but because the hearing wasn't about how powerful he was. It was about what had been done to him. The power was context. The crime was the point. When he finished, Marceau turned to the defense table. "Your witness." Elphia's Doge stood. He was ancient, even by wizarding standards, thin, stooped, with watery eyes that held a devotion to Dumbledore so absolute it was almost painful to witness through the mage sight. His magical signature was threaded with loyalty binds, Harry realized. Not the kind that had been placed on Harry, cruder, older, more like habits than chains. The loyalty of a lifetime spent in Dumbledore's orbit, reinforced by the passive trust projection until it had become structural. Doge didn't know he was bound. He thought his faith was genuine. Maybe it had been, once. Mr. Potter, Doge began, his voice reedy but earnest. You've described your experience in very emotional terms. And no one doubts that your feelings are genuine. But I'd like to explore some context that the prosecution may have, inadvertently, omitted. He consulted his notes with trembling hands. Is it not true that on the night of October 31, 1981, you survived the killing curse, an unprecedented event in magical history? Yes. And is it not true that this event left you with a connection to the dark wizard Voldemort, a connection through the scar on your forehead? Yes. And is it not true that this connection has, over the years, caused you pain, provided Voldemort with potential access to your mind, and created a vulnerability that required careful management? It's true that the connection exists. The management part is what we're here to discuss. Doge blinked, slightly thrown by the response. Yes, well. The point I'm making is that Albus Dumbledore, a man who has devoted his life to protecting the magical world, was faced with an unprecedented situation. A child carrying a fragment of the darkest wizard in history. A child whose very existence was a vulnerability. The measures he took, were not his to take, Harry said. I beg your pardon. My parents left a will. It named my guardians. It specified how I should be raised. Dumbledore sealed the will within 24 hours of their deaths, placed me with people they explicitly excluded, and appointed himself my magical guardian without legal authority. Every binding he placed on me flowed from that initial act of fraud. He didn't have the right to make those decisions. He took the right, and then he made sure no one could challenge him by charming me into compliance. Doge's mouth opened and closed. He looked at Dumbledore, who gave him a small, reassuring nod, the practiced gesture of a man accustomed to directing his allies from behind the scenes. Perhaps, Doge tried, we might hear from Headmaster Dumbledore himself. He can provide the context that, the defense will have its turn, Adebayo said firmly. Continue your cross-examination or yield, Mr. Doge. Doge, clearly out of his depth, tried a few more questions, about Harry's school performance, about the Triwizard Tournament, about the events in the graveyard. Harry answered each one directly and without embellishment, and each answer reinforced the prosecution's case rather than undermining it. Doge was not a trial lawyer. He was a loyal friend trying to help a man he worshipped, and his questions consistently opened doors that let Harry walk through with the truth. Doge sat down looking defeated. Marchbanks, the second defense counsel, didn't even stand. She sat with her arms folded and her face blank, and Harry's mage sight showed him something interesting. Marchbanks's magical signature was in turmoil. The passive trust projection was fighting against her own internal response to the evidence, and the conflict was visible as a roiling instability in her aura. She was a woman whose faith was crumbling in real time. The prosecution calls Neville Frank Longbottom, Marceau said. Neville stood. He walked to the witness chair with his chin up and his shoulders back, and the students in the gallery who had known him for 5 years as the boy who melted cauldrons and forgot passwords stared at the person sitting down in the center of the hall and didn't recognize him. Mr. Longbottom, Marceau said. Please describe the circumstances under which binding charms were discovered on your person. Neville told his story. He spoke quietly but clearly, and his voice didn't waver. He described the late magical development, the years of being told he was nearly a squib, the wand that wasn't his, the constant corrosive sense of inadequacy. He described Harry asking him to be scanned. He described Lindqvist's findings, 163 bindings, 90 from Dumbledore, 61 from his grandmother. She told me I was a disappointment, Neville said. Every holiday, every family gathering, every letter. She compared me to my parents, two of the most powerful orators of their generation, and told me I'd never measure up. She said it so often I believed it was just the truth. That I was weak. That I was lesser. He paused. She was the one who made me weak. She put the chains on me and then punished me for not being able to move. A sound came from the audience, a stifled gasp. Harry turned and saw Augusta Longbottom in the back row of the official section, her vulture hat slightly askew, her face the color of old parchment. She'd been summoned as a witness, Harry knew. Marceau's team had delivered the notice yesterday. Augusta Longbottom looked at her grandson and Harry watched her expression cycle through denial, confusion, and the first tremor of something that might have been guilt or might have been fear. Through the mage sight, her signature was chaotic, the woman was in genuine distress, her magic reflecting an internal conflict that suggested she might not have fully understood what the binding she'd placed actually did. That didn't excuse it. But it complicated it. Mr. Longbottom, Marceau continued. Healer Lindqvist's report indicates that a memory block was placed on you shortly after the attack on your parents. Can you describe what you've learned about that block? Neville's composure flickered. Just for a moment, the steady facade cracked and the raw pain beneath showed through. He mastered it quickly, but everyone in the hall saw it. I was there when my parents were tortured, Neville said. I was 2 years old. I was in the room when Bellatrix Lestrange used the Cruciatus curse on my mother and father until their minds broke. My magic responded, an instinctive protective surge. According to Healer Lindqvist, the surge was massive. Powerful enough that it could have been channeled into something, a defense, a counterattack, something. Instead, Albus Dumbledore arrived at the scene and sealed the memory. He locked the trauma and the magic together behind a block so deep it suppressed half my magical core for 13 years. The hall was absolutely still. He didn't comfort me. He didn't heal me. He didn't arrange for therapeutic treatment of a traumatized toddler. He sealed me away, the version of me that had witnessed something terrible and responded with power, and left behind a diminished copy. A quiet, forgettable, weak boy who wouldn't complicate his plans. Neville looked directly at Dumbledore. The old wizard met his gaze, and for the first time, the serene expression showed a fracture, something human beneath the calculation, something that might have been genuine regret. I have a question for you, Headmaster, Neville said. Not a legal question. A personal one. Adebayo looked like she might intervene, then didn't. The room waited. Did you ever check on them? Neville asked. My parents. In St. Mungo's. In 13 years, did you ever visit, ever try to help them? Or did you seal their son's memory and walk away because they'd served their purpose? Dumbledore said nothing. The silence was answer enough. Neville stood, walked back to his seat, and sat down. Ginny gripped his hand. Ron put a hand on his shoulder. The gallery was deathly quiet. The prosecution rests its witness testimony, Marceau said. We now call the accused to present his defense. Dumbledore rose with the careful dignity of a man ascending a podium to deliver a lecture. He walked to the center of the floor, but he didn't sit in the witness chair. He stood, tall and straight despite his age, his purple robes catching the gray light from the enchanted ceiling. He positioned himself so that he could address the judicial panel, the audience, and Harry simultaneously. Harry reflected through the cold clarity of the mage sight, a consummate performer. Every detail calculated, the stance, the expression, the angle of his head. Even now, even facing the unraveling of everything he'd built, he was working the room. Madam Chief Justice, Dumbledore began. Members of the tribunal. Students and colleagues. I will not waste your time with denials. Chief Investigator Marceau's presentation of the facts was, in its specifics, accurate. I placed binding charms on Harry Potter. I suppressed his magical core. I influenced his behavioral patterns. I sealed his parents' will. I placed him with the Dursleys against their wishes. I did all of these things. He paused. The admission, delivered with such calm directness, sent a murmur through the hall. This was not the defense they'd expected: denial, deflection, legal technicalities. Dumbledore was conceding every point. I did them, he continued, because on the night of October 31st, 1981, I examined a 15-month-old child who had survived the killing curse and found something that terrified me more than Voldemort ever had. He turned to face the hall. A soul fragment. A piece of Lord Voldemort's soul, embedded in the child's scar, fused with his magical core, impossible to remove without killing the host. And a magical core of such extraordinary power that, if it developed unchecked, it would draw Voldemort's attention before the child was old enough to defend himself. His voice was measured, reasonable, suffused with the deep gravity of a man sharing a burden he had carried alone for 14 years. I faced a choice. Allow Harry to develop naturally, and watch as his power announced itself to every dark wizard in Europe, drawing Voldemort's remaining followers like moths to a flame, painting a target on a child who already carried one on his forehead. Or suppress that power. Hide it. Give the boy a chance to grow up in relative anonymity, to reach an age where he could be taught, prepared, armed for the confrontation that prophecy had made inevitable. Prophecy. The word rippled through the hall. Students leaned forward. Ministry officials exchanged glances. Yes, Dumbledore said, reading the reaction. There is a prophecy. Made before Harry's birth, identifying him as the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. A prophecy that Voldemort knows about, that, in fact, drove him to attack the Potters in the first place. A prophecy that makes Harry Potter the single most important person in the coming war. He looked at Harry with that expression of gentle, profound sadness. I did not bind Harry because I was cruel. I bound him because I loved him, as much as a man like me is capable of love, and because I believed, with every fiber of my considerable experience, that an unbound Harry Potter would not survive to the age where he could fulfill his destiny. I bound his power to hide him. I bound his personality to protect him from his own recklessness, a real trait, not an artificial one, inherited from his father. I reduced his self-preservation instinct because, he stopped. And here, for the first time, something genuinely raw crossed his face. Because the prophecy demands that Harry face Voldemort. And the soul fragment in his scar, the Horcrux, creates a connection that cannot be severed while both live. I believed, I still believe, that there would come a moment when Harry would need to walk toward death willingly. Not be pushed. Not be tricked. Walk toward it, with full knowledge, and accept it. And I needed him to be the kind of person who could do that. The hall was frozen. Harry sat very still, and inside him, the cold fury was a diamond, hard, flawless, compressed into something so dense it had its own gravity. Dumbledore had just told a room full of people that he'd designed Harry Potter to die. Not in those words. He'd wrapped it in love and necessity and the weight of prophecy. He'd made it sound noble, a terrible sacrifice, a burden borne by a great man on behalf of an ungrateful world. But the mage sight stripped away the performance and showed Harry the truth beneath. Dumbledore genuinely believed he was right. The cold strategic core of the man had calculated the variables, determined that Harry's death was the optimal outcome, and spent 14 years engineering a person who would accept that outcome without resistance. It was, in its way, the most honest thing Dumbledore had ever said to him. I placed him with the Dursleys, Dumbledore continued, because his mother's blood sacrifice created a protective ward that was anchored to Petunia, the only living blood relative. The ward required Harry's presence to remain active. Yes, the Dursleys were unkind. I knew that. I monitored the situation through Arabella Figg, and you monitored it, Harry said. The hall went silent. Harry hadn't been called to speak. He'd interrupted the defense's presentation. Adebayo opened her mouth to object, then closed it. Something about Harry's voice, quiet, controlled, utterly devastating, commanded the room more effectively than any procedural authority. You monitored it, Harry repeated. You knew they starved me. You knew they locked me in a cupboard. You knew Vernon hit me. You knew Dudley used me as a punching bag with his parents' encouragement. You knew Petunia told me my parents were worthless. You monitored all of that, and the blood ward was your justification. He stood. The movement was unhurried, but his magic shifted with him, and every person in the hall felt it, a tidal force, immense and controlled, pressing against the ambient magical field like the gravity of a planet. Tell me, Professor. Did you also monitor the effect of the loyalty bind you placed on me? The one that compelled me to call that house home, to return every summer, to accept the abuse without reporting it? Did you monitor how effective it was at keeping your weapon in its storage locker until you needed it again? Dumbledore's expression didn't waver. The gentle sorrow held. Harry, the wards saved your life. Without them, I would have grown up with Sirius Black. My godfather. My parents' chosen guardian. A man you allowed to be imprisoned without trial for 12 years because a trial would have revealed the will you'd sealed. Sirius was suspected of, Sirius was innocent. You knew Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. You performed the Fidelius charm yourself, you knew who held the secret. And you let Sirius rot in Azkaban because a free Sirius Black meant a legal challenge to your guardianship. The room erupted. Students were on their feet. Ministry officials were shouting. Doge was sputtering objections. Marchbank sat completely still, her face in her hands. Adebayo hammered her gavel, a physical gavel, charmed to produce a sound like a thunderclap, and the hall subsided into tense, vibrating silence. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice carrying the weight of authority that came from decades on the ICW bench. I understand your feelings, but this is a formal proceeding. You will have the opportunity to respond through proper channels. Harry looked at her. He nodded, once, and sat down. But the damage was done. The hall had heard him. The audience had watched Dumbledore's composure flicker at the mention of Sirius Black, had seen the gentle sadness crack for just an instant before the mask reconstructed itself. A crack was all it took. Dumbledore continued his defense. He spoke about the prophecy in more detail, its wording, its implications, the way it had shaped his strategic thinking for 14 years. He described the Horcrux problem with clinical precision, explaining why he contained it rather than risking removal. He talked about the greater good, that phrase, his lifelong touchstone, deployed with the practiced sincerity of someone who had used it to justify everything from binding a child's magic to allowing a man to be illegally imprisoned. He was convincing. Harry could feel the passive trust projection working on the audience, the subtle magical nudge toward belief, toward understanding, toward forgiveness. People in the gallery were nodding. Amelia Bones's expression had softened fractionally. Even some of the judicial panel showed signs of being moved. Madame Marceau, Harry murmured. The chief investigator leaned toward him. He's projecting. A passive trust compulsion woven into his magical signature. It's affecting the room. Marceau's eyes narrowed. She stood. Objection. Adebayo looked at her. On what grounds? On the grounds that the accused is employing passive magical influence on the tribunal and audience. Chief Investigator requests immediate deployment of ambient magical suppression within the hearing chamber. Dumbledore turned to Marceau with an expression of wounded innocence. I assure you, I am casting nothing. It's not a cast spell, Harry said, standing again. Every eye in the room swiveled to him. It's woven into his signature. A permanent passive compulsion effect that projects trustworthiness and encourages deference. He's been broadcasting it his entire career. Everyone in this room is being subtly influenced to believe him. The silence that followed was different from any that had come before. It was the silence of people realizing, all at once, that the warm feeling in their chests, the instinct to trust the old man, to believe his justifications, to forgive, might not be entirely their own. Adebayo's face went hard. Deploy suppression. Now. One of the tribunal judges, a specialist in magical forensics, by his robes, raised his wand and cast. A ripple of neutral magic spread through the hall, damping ambient magical influences. It was like someone had opened a window in a room full of incense, the air cleared, and with it, a subtle pressure that most people hadn't consciously noticed simply vanished. The effect was immediate and visible. Faces changed. The softness, the nodding, the inclination toward forgiveness, all of it evaporated as the trust projection was neutralized. People looked at Dumbledore and saw, for the first time, the man without the enchantment. An old wizard with cold blue eyes and a carefully constructed expression, making arguments about why it had been necessary to torture a child's soul. Dumbledore felt it happen. Harry watched through the mage sight as the old wizard registered the suppression, processed its implications, and realized in a single devastating moment that the room had turned against him. The trust projection had been his constant companion for so long that he probably barely noticed it anymore. Having it stripped away was like having his clothes removed in public, a sudden, shocking exposure. For the first time, the mask cracked fully. Not anger. Not fear. Confusion. Albus Dumbledore had spent so long operating with that subtle magical advantage that he genuinely didn't know how to function without it. He looked at the audience, the same people who had been nodding moments ago, and found cold faces, hard eyes, the withdrawn sympathy of people who had just realized they'd been manipulated. "This changes nothing about my arguments," Dumbledore said, but his voice lacked the effortless warmth of before. Without the projection, he sounded like what he was, an old man making excuses. "It changes everything about how they're received," Marceau said. "Madam Chief Justice, I move that the record note the discovery of passive magical influence emanating from the accused, and that all prior testimony from the accused be reviewed in light of this discovery." "So noted," Adebayo said. Her voice could have frozen the lake. Dumbledore sat down. For the first time in the proceeding, he looked diminished. Not defeated, there was too much steel in the man for that, but reduced. The purple robes and silver beard and half-moon spectacles were costume pieces without the magic that had made them iconic. He was an old man in a fancy chair, and the room knew it. "The tribunal will hear closing statements," Adebayo said. "Prosecution first." Marceau stood. She didn't need to say much, the evidence had spoken, the testimony had landed, and the suppression of Dumbledore's passive influence had done more damage to the defense than any legal argument could. But she said it anyway, because the record mattered and the precedent mattered and the children who might be protected by this ruling mattered. She summarized the charges. She cited the law. She described the impact, not in legal terms but in human ones, the life Harry should have had, the childhood Neville was denied, the years lost, the identity stolen. She was precise and devastating and she never raised her voice. "The accused has told you he acted out of love," Marceau concluded. "He has told you he acted out of necessity. He has told you the bindings were placed to protect Harry Potter and to serve the greater good. I put it to this tribunal that love does not bind. Necessity does not steal. And the greater good, a phrase the accused shares, perhaps uncomfortably, with the Dark Lord Grindelwald whom he once called friend, the greater good has never, in the history of its use, produced anything but misery for the individual sacrificed to it." She sat down. Doge delivered a closing statement that was passionate, emotional, and wholly inadequate. He talked about Dumbledore's service to the magical world, his defeat of Grindelwald, his decades of leadership. He did not address the evidence. He did not address the trust projection revelation. He seemed to be arguing a different case entirely, one in which Dumbledore's reputation should outweigh his actions, and the audience received it with the stony silence it deserved. Adebayo conferred with the tribunal in low voices. Harry sat at Marceau's table and waited. His magic was calm. His mind was clear. The mage sight showed him the room in perfect detail, every face, every expression, every subtle shift in magical signature as people processed what they'd heard and reached their conclusions. He saw McGonagall, rigid in her seat, tears running down her cheeks, her magic in turmoil. He saw Amelia Bones, composure restored, her signature radiating cold professional fury. He saw Percy Weasley, pale as death, scribbling notes with a shaking hand. He saw Hagrid, enormous and bewildered, crying openly into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. He saw the students, Fred and George carved from stone, Dean and Seamus gripping each other's arms, Luna Lovegood watching everything with those wide dreamy eyes that, through the mage sight, Harry could see were anything but dreamy. Luna's magical signature was extraordinary, wild, complex, layered with perceptions that operated on frequencies most people couldn't access. She saw things. Maybe not the way Harry saw them now, but she saw things, and right now she was looking at Dumbledore with an expression of infinite, gentle pity. The tribunal has reached a preliminary ruling, Adebayo announced. The hall went still. On the charges of illegal magical binding of a minor under Article 7, the tribunal finds sufficient evidence to proceed to formal trial. On the charges of magical compulsion and behavioral modification under Article 19, the tribunal finds sufficient evidence to proceed to formal trial. On the charges of obstruction of ICW investigation, confirmed, based on documented violations of the no-contact order and placement of new surveillance charms. On the charges of passive magical influence during proceedings, confirmed, noted for the record and for consideration at trial. She looked at Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, you are hereby suspended from the position of headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, pending formal trial. You are stripped of your proxy votes on the Wisengamot. You are barred from holding any position of authority over minors. Your wand will be monitored by ICW magical supervision for the duration of proceedings. You are not to leave the British Isles without tribunal approval. Dumbledore received this with a quiet nod. No protest. No argument. He rose, straightened his robes, and looked across the hall at Harry one last time. Their eyes met. Through the mage sight, Harry saw beneath every layer of the man, the cold strategist, the true believer, the ancient wizard who had spent a century trying to engineer a better world and had lost sight of the people crushed beneath his blueprint. And beneath all of that, buried so deep it was almost invisible, he saw something else. A tiny, flickering ember of genuine anguish. Not regret for his actions, Dumbledore still believed he was right, would always believe he was right, but anguish for the cost. The understanding, finally and too late, that the boy he'd shaped into a weapon had become something far more terrifying, a person who saw him clearly. Dumbledore looked away first. Again. He walked out of the great hall flanked by Zhang and a second ICW Auror who had arrived with the tribunal. His purple robes swept the floor behind him, and the students and staff in the gallery watched him go in absolute silence. The door closed. The hearing was over. The aftermath hit like a wave. Students erupted from their seats. The hall filled with noise, shock, outrage, disbelief, 100 conversations happening simultaneously. Owls began arriving within minutes, summoned by the fastest gossips to carry the news beyond Hogwarts walls. The story would be in the Evening Prophet within hours and on the front page of every magical newspaper in Europe by morning. Harry sat at Marceau's table and let it wash over him. He felt hollow, not empty, but hollowed out, like a vessel that had been filled to bursting and then poured. The fury was still there, but it had done its work for the day, and what remained was a vast, quiet exhaustion. Hermione was beside him, her hand on his arm, saying something about legal next steps. Ron was on his other side, a solid, warm presence. Neville stood behind them, Ginny next to him. Flitwick appeared, climbing onto the table to make himself visible, his dark eyes bright. Harry. Are you all right? I will be. You were extraordinary. I was honest. Marceau was extraordinary. The chief investigator, still at her seat, allowed herself the ghost of a smile. Mr. Potter, your contribution regarding the passive influence was decisive. Without that revelation, the tribunal's response would have been significantly weaker. She paused. The mage sight is a remarkable gift. It's a Potter gift. It should never have been suppressed. Many things should never have happened. Our task now is to ensure they never happen again. Marceau began organizing her files. The formal trial will be scheduled within the month. In the interim, Mr. Potter, I would advise you to claim your Wisengamot seats, unseal your parents will through official channels, and establish yourself as an independent legal entity. The political landscape has just shifted dramatically, and you should be positioned to navigate it. Harry nodded. The strategic part of his mind, the part that had been unlocked by the ring's accumulated wisdom, was already mapping next steps. Wisengamot seats. Potter Estate. Gringotts Alliance. The remaining Horcruxes. Voldemort. But right now, in this moment, he let himself sit in the hollow quiet and feel the weight of what had just happened. Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful, most respected, most trusted wizard in Britain, had been publicly exposed, suspended, and stripped of authority. Not by violence, not by rebellion, but by truth. By a boy who had stood up and said, "This was done to me, and it was wrong." McGonagall approached the table. Her eyes were red and her face was tight with emotion she was barely containing. She stood before Harry and said nothing for a long moment. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "I'm sorry I didn't see it. I'm sorry I didn't look. I failed you as a teacher, as your head of house, and as a human being, and her voice broke. She pressed her lips together, mastered herself. "Whatever you need from me going forward. Whatever I can do. I am at your disposal." Harry looked at her. Through the mage sight, her signature was raw, her magic reflecting genuine anguish and genuine resolve in equal measure. She meant it. Every word. "I need a headmistress," Harry said. "One who actually protects her students." McGonagall's back straightened. Her chin came up. The tears were still on her cheeks but her eyes were steel. "Then you'll have one," she said. She turned and walked toward the staff table, where the other professors were gathered in stunned clusters. Her stride was purposeful. Her shoulders were square. The weight of what was coming, the institutional upheaval, the political fallout, the monumental task of running a school that had just lost its leader in the most public and damaging way possible, settled onto her like a mantle, and she bore it the way she bore everything, with discipline, with duty, and with the fierce, unbreakable determination of a woman who had just decided that enough was enough. Harry watched her go. Then he stood, gathered his friends, and walked out of the great hall into the corridor beyond. The castle hummed around him. The wards sang their ancient song. The portraits whispered as he passed, not with gossip, but with something that sounded like respect. He had faced the man who chained him, and he had not flinched. Tomorrow there would be more to do. The trial. The Wisengamot. The Horcruxes. The war. Voldemort, out there in the dark, feeling through their weakening connection that something had changed in his enemy, something vast and fundamental and irreversible. But today, Harry walked through his castle with his friends around him and his magic singing in his blood, and for the first time in 15 years, the weight he carried was entirely his own. He could bear it. He could bear anything now. He was, at last, himself. Chapter 8, End AI Chat 5-hour limit reached. What if Professor Flitwick discovered 400 illegal binding charms on Harry and immediately contacted the ICW, write a long-form fanfiction novel-style story based on the above title/concept. The story consisting of 8 chapters, with each chapter being a minimum of 5,000 words. Writing style published fantasy novel tone, natural dialogue, varied pacing, show don't tell. Write like you're telling an exciting story to a friend. Story flow. Their power and confidence must be shown through action, dialogue, strategic choices, and emotionally resonant moments, not explained through exposition. Don't make scenes become info dumps. Don't write too much description of anything. Keep it straightforward. The pacing of the story should be fast and gripping. Avoid repetition in chapter structure. Each chapter must feel unique, with new developments, character moments, and dynamic stakes. Do not nerf the MC, do not make them hide their powers. If you are making them up, then let them be OP, don't make them afraid of anyone. The writing style should avoid using headings like Scene 1 or Scene 2. Instead, shift scenes naturally using location changes, time of day transitions, or character movements. Do not write in topic paragraphs or labeled segments. Maintain narrative flow through natural paragraph breaks and action-driven momentum. Avoid overly descriptive or flowery prose, only use rich detail. Dialogue should feel natural, conversational, and emotionally driven. Do not use overly formal, expository, or robotic language, even in high-stakes moments. Characters should speak like real people with their personalities, humor, and emotional nuance, especially during arguments, battles, or flirting. Lastly, always prioritize show, don't tell. Let chapters develop organically. Don't overthink variety, focus on good storytelling rhythm. No generic villains, each antagonist should have intelligent, believable motivations. Keep this subplot visible in each chapter without overshadowing the main events. Adventure and character growth. Rich world building woven into action. Write engaging, immersive fantasy that feels human. Chapters must be titled, Chapter 10, Name, and end with, Chapter 10 End. Generation process. First response. Provide a brief story outline, plot, themes, character arcs, chapter breakdown. After outline, write.